hunter breathes in static and air. Badge made of ruin, oath cut from glass. Clock hits 0, we cross the seam. Void hunter footprints, ghost through steam. Boots on blackout, hands in frost. Every living heartbeat tallies the cost. The title brands deeper than skin can trust. Void hunter shoulders carry the dust. Hold back the howl with a razor line. Keep the breach cage spine to spine. Mask on,
Feel the edges thin. Stand where the night keeps pushing in.
a duty, a title, a curse, a sacrifice. Void hunter trades tomorrow to keep today alive. No medals, no mercy, just scars for a price. A duty, a title, a curse, a sacrifice.
If daylight returns, it's cut from our skin. Void hunter locks the door, then vanishes again.
Ritual silence, knuckles like stone. Speak in the grammar of marrow and bone. Sirens of prayer bells, skyline cracks. Void hunter burns bright till the nothing rolls back. Names get forgotten, faces go dim. Our victories whispered, written in grim. If hope has a ledger, tally it twice. Every warm morning was bought by our eyes.
Mask on, draw the boundary thin. Stand steady while the shadows
Lieutenant
bend.
A duty, a title, a curse, a sacrifice. Void
Get horrors guaranteed.
tomorrow to keep today
That's all I needed.
no medals, no mercy, just scars for a
I need the guarantee.
a duty, a title, a curse, a sacrifice.
If daylight returns, it's cut from our skin. Void hunter locks the door, then vanishes again.
Bone drum wire hum, grid line, blood, dead star sun. If we falter, cities drown. Tighten the halo and bite it down. Lay the lantern on the fault line, starve the breach. Let the thunder in the rib cage preach. Void hunter is the hinge of a splintered gate, turning and turning under infinite weight. No choir will sing us clean tonight.
Let me grab that.
Of a closing night. A duty, a title, a curse, a
Sacrifice.
Void hunter stands in rupture, pays the asking price. No heaven in
What's up, Mohammed?
just
What's up, Judy?
in the vice. A duty, a title, a curse, a sacrifice.
If daylight returns, don't speak our names. Just breathe and know we fed the flames.
Where's I put like on that?
Stops knocking.
Ooh.
Count to 10.
We got a fucking M5 like on now, motherfucker. We got ourselves an M5 now.
Rupture the night, claws in the light, six-pack thunder. Alright. He steps out the haze with a wildfire grin, heat in his heartbeat, sparks on the wind. Shirt seems trembling, fabric on the brink. Crowd goes feral, don't even blink. Boots hit the pavement, rhythm like a drum. Every eye locked when the big siren comes. Velvet man is stealing his smile. Run with the fire and run wild. He cracks that color like dawn through clouds. One deep breath and the flame gets loud. Ash in the moonlight, sweat like a crown. He's the greatest there and around. Monato, sexiest there and alive. Rupture that shirt, let the storm arrive. Let that six-pack roll, let the crowd ignite. Blaze up the block, paint the sky with light. Monato, when the battle drums pound. Heavyweight king, yeah, he owns this town. Turn up the flame, let the neon drown. He's the greatest there and alive. Burn it up, turn it up, turn it up. Siren heart, never back down. Greatest there and around. Footwork vicious, rhythm like a knife. Carves through the dawn, anytime you like. Rolls in his gaze, endless spin. When he steps that stairs, the match begins. Breath of the fire, chorus of the crowd. Name like thunder, shout it out loud. Haters melt slow when they feel that sound. Heat wave, halo, molten crown. He rolls those shoulders, streets go still. One more flex and the night gets killed. Scarlet horizon, thunders howl.
Get 'em.
Every weak heart goes in the towel. Monato, sexiest there and alive. Rupture that shirt, let the storm arrive. Let the six-pack roll, let the crowd ignite. Blaze up the block, paint the sky with light. Monato, when the battle drums pound. Heat wave king, yeah, he owns this town. Turn up the flame, let the neon drown. He's the greatest there and strike a spark at the city. Like a shadow. Pulse in the place, in the air, every heartbeat says, don't lose it. The spotlight, gold in the glare, light of a religion. Sexy fearing, he will roll. Till the seams, let the fire take hold. Sexy fearing, staring cold. Racing strike, burn it all down. Monato, the sexiest there and alive. Rupture that shirt, let the storm arrive. Let that six-pack roar, let the crowd ignite. Blaze up the block, paint the sky with light. Monato, when the battle drums pound. Heat wave king, yeah, he owns this town. Turn up the flame, let the neon drown. He's the greatest there and around. Rupture
No, you.
claws in the light.
Wanna play a game? Zenless Zone Zero! Learn from countless legends, melodies, and dreams!
There it is. Gotcha. I'm unstoppable. Be gone. Come on. Running away? Too late.
Load it, lock it, who go head first? Reset, retrop, break wall burst. Handshake. bed, no sleep, no rest. If pain is the tax, then charge the rest. I've been slamming that hookah like a ram at the gate. Boss laughing while
I'm gonna save DNA for later on to do. I'm not doing it now. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not too interested in it. I talked about it today in Discord and everything, asking people about it, and heard a bunch of different opinions about it. Alright, do my dailies.
I'm the metronome malice when the boss says hold. I parry every insult, dash through the road. Got the roots in my veins like a subway map. I can see the crib window when the screen goes black. Heavy on the breach when the stagger bar peaks. I'm a lightning glitch streak in the night that speaks. No pity, no mercy, only tick tock tick. I'm the hard reset, hitting like a brick. Hard lock on, lock mine, stay mean. Muscle memory painted on the hood screen. Fail speed, fuel, that's kerosene. Light the match, hear the engine scream. Don't stop, I rise, don't fall. 15, 17, 18, crawl, brick wall. Ain't down, don't stop, brick wall. Brick wall. 15, 17, 18, crawl, brick wall. Give me that goddamn 20K haul. I say fall, you say days. I say push, you say pay. I say break, you say change. Now scream 20K. Halos of blue on the edge of the screen. HP sliver like a razor thin seam. Heartbeat kicks to a drum machine. If I die here, cue up, repeat. After flips now double time. Snap back, whiplash, no skip, no slack. If luck won't show, then I'll out. Take that brick to the skull, then headbutt back. I don't tap out, I break the cow. Brick. Head down, don't stop. I rise, don't fall. Lost to lost, still more. 20K answer the call. 15K, 17K, 18K.
Do something here. Anything in here worth it? That's worth it.
4 days straight.
That'll be worth it later on.
Maybe that wall. That was break.
Alright.
Back boss takes the fall. You go to the moon, get a lobby call. Cool it again.
Yeah, I gotta do all this shit real quick. I gotta do all this.
Show your pride. Never give up, never surrender. Fight, 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 fight.
Alright. Let's go for discs. I need discs. Let's go for discs. Do my goddamn dailies here first. You know, let's talk about it real quick. From what I've been hearing with DNA right now, Dual Night Abyss or whatever, a lot of people, particularly, yeah, they're kind of doom boasting it, whatever. They're just not having really fun with it. And the thing is that the way it was put to me, the issue that was put up to me with it is that apparently a lot of people are regarding it more like they don't feel like it's a full game. They feel like it feels more like a beta, like a pre-beta of anything. That because they took out all the gacha elements, this is how it was put to me, that because they took out a bunch of the gacha elements, that the game feels hollow. Like, they took out the gacha elements, but they didn't replace the gacha elements. And that performance right now is absolutely fucking horrendous. However, I'm gonna say it like this in defense of that one. They did make that statement during that live stream, that first live stream they had, that it was going to be more or less an issue. I remember that. I remember them saying, hey, yeah, this is not going to be that great.
When the night gets loud and the hope runs thin, we light the fuse and begin again.
Let's get still.
Says stop, we started the gas. Turn to ash, we outlast. Show your pride. Never give up, never surrender. Fight. Bring this bitch down no matter the cost tonight. Raise that flag.
But I think it's whatever it is. I think if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. It's whatever it is.
Never give up, never surrender. Fight. Bring this bitch down no matter the cost tonight. Raise that flag to the battle cry, ignite.
I'm just trying to see, like, I'm going to test it out this weekend when I have time for it. That's my point. I mean, technically today is not Wednesday. Friday, I'm probably not going to live stream. I'm probably going to take my kids to Haunted House. So me and the family's going to be gone all fucking night. I won't be coming in until much late in the night, so then I'll probably do that.
Let's get still.
Chrome boots on the catwalk, sparks in the rain. Heartbeat metronome marching through the pain. Your glass on the edge, I can hear it twitch. Oh, locked.
One more.
Time to flip the
I'm going to go for the pin ratio discs on this one.
red line in the glitch. One phrase ends your world. Totalized, bitch. Hold the gauge, prime the blade, let the thunder kiss.
Let's get still. Got it.
You just did totalized, bitch. I can go kill these discs. And I can start feeding my goddamn addiction.
Iron halo, midnight blade, city hums low. Eat the rain on concrete veins, see the heat glow. You wobble like a siren on a dying pitch. I turn a tremor to a coffin. Totalized.
Don't forget to do the dailies.
In the pipeline, no prayer to ditch. Just a countdown carved in steel and grit. Stack the days, pace the blaze, let the knuckles kiss. Every frame a detonator, every footstep bliss. When the bar starts
Claiming fucking goddamn Denny's. Go to storage. Dismantle. Get rid of all these A's. There's not that many, I can just do this. This is going to be the goal for right now. Let's see. 3 is a defense with a crit rate. I'll leave it. 6 is an attack. I'll leave it. HP pin. Yeah, it's got an HP percentage on it. Yeah. If you don't have an HP percentage on it, I don't fucking want it. That's decent enough. That could be useful for something. I'm gonna leave the Protopunk. I'm gonna leave. Let's see. Go leave these. Let's see. It's got a crit damage.
Get totalized, bitch. Crack the dome, flood the board, let the crits unspool. 3, 2, 1. Time to get totalized, bitch. From the rooftops to the alleys, I rewrite the rules. 3, 2, 1. Time to get totalized, bitch. Stamp the verdict in neon case, close cruel. 3, 2, 1. Time to get totalized, bitch. Roll the clip, delete the fool.
And Pat might come in handy for someone.
Your time, mine. Your time, mine. Totalized.
Go ahead and craft that.
Welcome to the hollow line. We drift through the hollow. Neon in my veins. Dash in the rain while the bass goes insane. Zezzy on the plate.
Alright, let me go do what I want to do here real quick. I'm gonna hit 2 fucking this sets twice, and that's it. I don't care what it fucking rolls. Do this one first. Get into these. Got a pin ratio with 2 attack. None of these are really that great.
We drift through the hollow.
I've got HP percentage on it. Not perfect. Give me 10 in Woodpecker and we'll stop.
Wise on the comms with a plan you can't read. Bella on the lens, catch sparks with speed. Monsters in the mist, try to claw at the frame. Clip them with the cover, then we carve out a lane. We'll smoke halo, city saints in chrome. Every hairpin turn feels a little like home. Ether in the tank, courage in the throat. If the hollow is an ocean,
I'll just dismantle them the other way. That way I can actually see what I'm doing. That way I also get that.
Target sighted, corridor unstable. Proxy, hold the line. Copy agents, link sync. On the mark. Now. Back gear shift, heartbeat tick, hollow blooms wide, choose your trick. Left flick, right flick, tap that brake. Beat the reaper, steal the stake. Who rides? We ride. Who slides? We slide through the zero where the shadows collide. Who dares? We dare. Who dares? We dare. Who lives? We thrive. Nowhere to feel the city alive. We drift through the hollow, neon in my veins. Bang, bang, dash in the rain while the bass goes in.
Shit. Right. None of this shit that I wanted to do. Leave it back like it was. Monitor, my boy. Let's see if we pulled anything that's better with these just for your ass. This one's got 3 HP. don't think any of that's gonna run good.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
And then there's gonna be any better.
It's drumming like a war we never won.
Maybe.
One in the crit damage section. We also take a look at Woodpecker.
Neon halos over sleepless eyes. We trade our minutes for electric lies. Another day dressed up in grayscale suits. Flowers made of static with the news. We breathe in ash, exhale routine. Chasing meaning through a TV screen. If silence is a coffin lid, then sound is how we kick it in. Raise your hands if you feel nothing. Raise your voice if you still bleed. If the world went numb, we'll be the thunder. Wake the dead that learn to breathe.
So lesser damage. Defense. Yeah. HP. Yeah. That's a 2, see with a 1. We're using crit rate right now, so. Alright. I don't see no use for them.
Write our names on the thunder clouds. Ink of storm signatures loud. If pain's a hymn, then let it ring. We'll bend the minor key to spring. Every scar a metronome. Click counting down to something real. If grief's the tide we couldn't stop, then ride it hard and learn to heal. Raise the
None of these I see a use for. I'm cleaning this shit up. Inferno. I didn't even look at this.
turn the speaker, shake the crowd. Turn up the volume. This is a funeral for the living. Bang on the
Nothing there.
echo, start forgiving. Light up the night like a fuse we've been keeping. We're not dead, we're only sleeping. Turn up the volume, turn it till the glass starts giving.
Let me lock the ones that I think are going to be decent.
Beating, cry, laugh, rage, whatever you believe in. This is a funeral for the living.
I like that one.
No black veils, just black coffee. No cold stones, just cold mornings. If hope is laid, we'll start without her.
Actually, you know what? No, I want to keep these. Future Wars, I want to keep these.
Breathe in, breathe out, count to 10. If you fall apart, fall back again. Life isn't quiet, it's just dimmed. So twist.
Get rid of those, and we're good.
Turn up the volume, this is a funeral for the living.
Storage. I also want to clear out these. Recycle. Anything that's a beat. Recycle. Anything that's a D. Recycle. And recycle. Don't need none of that shit.
This is a funeral for the living.
Alright, we're good. I think we're fucking good. I think everything's fucking cleaned up. I think everything's ready to go. I mean, I can go ahead and put the rest of my fucking goddamn polycrops together right here. And I can go hit that shit real quick. Fuck it, let's do it.
気を整えろ。炎はまだ眠る。Three breaths, one strike.
Alright, we're good. Let's go do it again. Let's go do it again real quick. Fuck it. I got guaranteed Hari now.
Ash on the wind, the city holds its breath. She said, way back
Let me go ahead and hit it real quick. Like I said, let me do my dailies. Let me do everything I want to do really quickly. Then we get the conversation. I'm just like, I'm kind of tickled, like in a sense, like when it comes to DNA, if it's what I'm thinking, how it is right now, it's going to be the grind that is going to suck so much in that game. And I hope that's not the case. But there's got to be some, like I was explaining this before. When it comes to DNA, they're taking all the gacha elements out. They need to monetize the game. Skins are not going to be the fucking way to go. This is not Fortnite. This is not, in general, like, dare I say, like a game that skins are going to fucking matter in. Like Fortnite and games like Call of Duty or whatever, like the reason why skins sell so fucking much in there is because they got a fucking Batman skin. They're doing a crossover with fucking Snoop Dogg. They're fucking got fucking Post Malone. They got fucking Justin Bieber. They got fucking things that pulls in different other fucking fan bases, you could say, into the fucking game. I would see costumes, fucking cosmetics, fucking selling a shit ton if you have something like Attack on Titan. You have something like they branch out, they go crossover every month with some kind of like big name fucking wig fucking thing that everybody recognizes. Like, oh my god, they got Dragon Ball skins. Now you got an incentive. It's like I was saying, like this was fucking like Dead or Alive. Dead or Alive is a game where you can go spend right now $1,000 and buy all the fucking skins in the game. But no one fucking does that shit. No one does that shit because once you get the string bikini and you got fucking nipples and golden vagina in front of you and fucking like fighting game like that, why the fuck would I go buy any other goddamn fucking skin? I get to see the girls basically fucking naked as shit. Which kind of kills their monetization value. But that's the thing. The thing is that the game has to have something about it. Like, characters gotta be... I think someone told me the characters cost, like, to buy the characters outright without having to grind is like $50. That's a good deal. That's a fucking very good fucking deal. But there's gotta be something. Oh my god. Block that one. There's gotta be something in terms of how they're trying to fuck. Now, I don't think that they're trying to fuck you in the very beginning of the game, but there's gotta be something that's tattletailing. Because all these fucking games, every single fucking gacha game, I don't give a fuck what it is, every single fucking video game in general, not even just gacha, every single fucking one pretty much has this grace period in the beginning, like, oh my god, we are so great because we're gonna give you all this shit for free and do all this shit, and you're so impacted by it, you're like, oh my god, this is the greatest game known to man, you're giving me so much free shit, blah blah blah, and then like 6 months down the road, then that's when the fucking predatorial fucking shit comes in. Where's the predatorialness that's in DNA is what I want to see.
Switchboard live, proxy line online.
It's there. It's gotta be there.
Who you gonna call when the hollow starts singing? Dying on the line. Click now, we're winning.
Like, I would hope not. I would assume, and I would, in some case regards, hope that I'm wrong about this. Let's save that one in particular. I don't see myself using an impact on fucking HP, fucking sheer force shit. I don't see that. This got HP percentage, I'll keep. They don't have an HP percentage, I can go bye-bye. And this doesn't have an HP percentage, I can go bye-bye. I'll leave these. If anything, I'm trying to get the crystallizing this fucking shit going because I'm starting to use a lot more of these discs recently, so my shit's starting to get depleted a little bit. Get rid of that shit. But there's one fucking disc in particular I saw that could be valuable that I locked. This one. This one's worth fucking building. Please God, give me some good out of this. What? 2 crit rate, 1 HP versus 3. Oh, I'm actually gonna replace that with that. That gives me some crit damage on him. We're gonna make Monato go on. I don't think DNA is predatory right now. I don't think it will be. Not in the beginning. But I'm trying to see if they're going to have something about it as a tattletale sign that it will be. Let me pop open something really quickly. Oh my god, what's going on with the fucking gacha space? Oh yeah, someone.
Yesterday.
Okay. I don't want to see this. I'm actually going to play this really quickly. I'm going to go ahead and, because I got some stuff that's got to get done real quick. Oh, by the way, guys, we have met our margin. We have met everything that we need to do. So, starting next month, we're going to be doing the giveaways kind of shit too, by the way, for the internet memberships for everybody. More details to be coming involved with, by the weekend on that. So, yeah, LDSHOP wants to do another 3-month sponsorship deal with us. We're going to work on it, and I'll discuss more of that in a second here. I'm going to play this really quickly, and I'm going to be right back.
I was trying Priest without using buffs, by the way. You see, this was using the combined attack buff that actually gives Yishu literally nothing. Right now I struggle with Deadly Assault because they keep gatekeeping the buff to Rupture or new characters. This is one of the things that I want to talk. Like I kind of need to make a video. I was thinking about doing a stream today just to talk about this because I genuinely hate what they are doing with these new buffs. Like, to be real, this rotation right here, we have 2 really specific buffs. Like, what do you mean? Combined attack. This is like the seed buff. And like, yes, it works even if you're using just a single attacker, but like 20% crit damage. And like, we still have damage 30%, but this is like so minimal. I have Lucia, but yeah, I don't have a Rupture DPS unless we talk about Monato. But Monato doesn't do much because the weakness is Ether. Yeah, the weakness is Ether, but like, this buff is just so insane. I have no words. You guys know how strong this buff is? And like how strong this kind of makes Lucia feels? Like I feel that everyone's like, oh my god, everyone says that Lucia is not that much of an improvement over Pan or something. The problem is this thing right here. It's not that Lucia is amazing. She's good, okay? I hate playing Pan, period. Talk about the Yidari shield buff, like this one? Or we talk about the one on the Threshold Simulation? Because there's also another one on Threshold Simulation, right? Raging Waves. Rupture specialty has below 50% of maximum HP. Their attacks ignore 25% of the ice resistance. Like, this first half right here is so fucking specific. I hate this. Listen, we both know how important it is when it comes to saving money on these gacha games, and that's where LDSHOP comes in. LDSHOP.gg is a top-up platform that offers massive discounts and good prices for a lot of different games, including Zenless Zone Zero. All you need is your server and the UID, and you're good to go. You just select what you want to buy, fill up everything here, you press top up, and then you're going to get a confirmation detail page. Make sure everything here is correct because, of course, you want to get your polychromes and your internet membership, right? you just wait a little bit and your polychromes are going to be delivered to your account that fast. Look at this. You know, there's double top-up bonuses that you get on the first time you buy one of those monochrome packs. LDSHOP got you covered because they can trigger the double top bonus for you. And the best part is that whenever you spend $80 in a single month, you get a coupon that allows you to get one of those monthly memberships for free, even in an internet membership, as you can see right here. Register your account using my link down in the description and you get a 15 and a 5% coupon that allows you to save up to $50. So stop wasting time and start saving money using LDSHOP. Thanks LDSHOP for sponsoring this video. If even Idari is getting this kind of buff, imagine what WUWA is going to get. Genuinely, this is so stupid. When agents activate or extend an Ether Veil, the whole squad sheer damage increases by 20%. Crit damage increases by 30 for 20 seconds. So like, if I'm Yishuan, I'm not using this, period. It doesn't even matter. Even if I low HP, this one's not doing shit for Yishuan. You see, they could just make it like, ignore the enemy resistance, like all resistance. And there you go. Now you need to kill your Yishuan because she can't remove her own HP. You know, they could just do this. When a rupture agent it's below 50% of their maximum HP, the attack is going to ignore the enemy resistance, period. No ice resistance, and boom, there you go. God, Lucia is definitely better than my Mindscape Zero pun. Like, that's the thing. Lucia is better than pun. That's not a lie, that's a fact. Lucia is better than Pump, period. But like, the thing is that Lucia feels so much better than Pun right now because of the shield buffs. And it's like a massive difference. I did some calculations I'm probably going to show to you all later. I don't know how to make videos out of strings. But like, I definitely want to talk about this because I feel that the shield buff thing that we have in the last few patches, it just sucks quite a lot. It sucks way more than HP inflation, for example. I think that we need to actually put a lot of attention in this because this makes you kind of feel forced to pull agents because like you're going to watch everyone doing amazing with Lucia and then you're going to think, maybe she's better than I thought. And then you go and pull Lucia. Okay, she's really good. Then the buff goes away and you realize that she's not as good as you thought. She's still good, just not amazing as they make it seem on this patch right now. The buff might as well just start if you have Idari. Yeah, exactly. The threshold simulation buff is so stupid. The shield buff on threshold simulation, I think it's even more stupid than this one that we have on Deadly Assault. Not gonna lie. And this one on Deadly Assault, I already find it like really stupid. Really stupid. Where is it? Let's go back to Phylum Heights. Threshold simulation. Have you tried scripting anything about the shield buffs? No, I did not. The only thing I did earlier today is like a quick calculation about the buffs. 4 buffs equal 4 bosses. I mean, yeah, then we have 3 buffs for 3 bosses, but like, I don't know. I mean, does it even increase sales? There's no way someone goes, it does increase. It does increase because it makes the character feels really powerful. Think about it. Me, I know how to play the game. And like, if I go into Deadly Assault and I use my Mindscape Zero Yishuan, Mindscape Zero Lucia, Mindscape Zero Jufufu, I can get close to a kill. Now imagine people watching this and like, they're going to see this and think, oh my god, Mindscape Zero Lucia is that amazing. Because without Lucia using my pun, I'm barely getting, I don't know, 25,000 points. So this means that with Lucia, I can go that high. Yes, you can, because this buff right here is so fucking stupid. So yes, this kind of increases sales. Because like, you force people to think that the character is better than it actually is. I'm not saying that Lucia is not good. I'm not saying that Lucia is not
Okay, let me put it this way. I don't particularly... I agree, and it's not that I disagree, but I think there's a totally different understanding here when it comes to the buffs. And when it comes down to it, yes, these 2 buffs in particular are more shield for, you know, Lucia. I even said it myself, like, this is fucking really fucking, you know, catered straight to Lucia. Like, with the Ether Veil for the sheer damage increasement, it really fucking is. This one is still more universal, but it's still made for Seed's team, you know, for the Obel squad. It really is. And then this was the more generic one at the end of the day for Anomaly. Okay. But why would that be? And yes, I guess for sales, you know, to try to force sales would be one of the ways you could think of it that way as. But at the same point in time, I'm kind of thinking more that these buffs in particular are designed for a crutch for new players. I mean, when DA first came out and straight up was all out for a little while and stuff like this, the game practically, I don't think that didn't have any kind of like shield buffing. It was more or less the buffing was designed, you know, with the current roster in mind and went through it and people like the buffs. It's just that now recently since 2.0, they're changing it and they're utilizing these buffs more for new players. That's what I really feel. I feel like you're a new player. You got Obel Squad last time. Guess what? Your buff's still on here. That's going to allow your team to, you know, that you pulled for, that you built on to get through this. I know how bad this fucking buff is, how good this buff is for fucking Lucia. Because I had a fucking level goddamn 30 Lucia. Because if you guys remember, I was building more into fucking Monato. I didn't give a fuck about Lucia at all. That she was the last thing to fucking build. When she was Zero and we were doing the fucking Deadly Assault with Monato, she was still like level fucking 30. And we went in with this buff, and this buff fucking like, holy fuck, for a level 30 Lucia, we cleared. And I'm just like, holy shit, this buff is fucking amazing. In general, it is just straight up designed for new players in particular to get in and basically have a crutch. And some people are going to say it's kind of like cheating in a sense, but it's just to give new players an upper hand, you know, to catch up. Like, I feel like the buffs are more of a catch-up mechanic. I don't think that if you already have been a day one player, right? And even if these buffs don't work for you, I don't think in general they hurt your experience if you can't even use them. Like, you got attack ages like Evelyn or whatever. Yeah, you can use this. You're still going to clear with Evelyn. You've been working with anomaly teams. Yeah, you're going to still be able to clear with anomaly teams. This is mainly designed for these two buffs, especially the first one, is designed for the new player in mind to make it to where they can play catch up because they don't have rosters fully built. They shouldn't have their characters already fully maxed out. They shouldn't be effed. Like, these are people who are working, they're grinding in the game. So this is kind of like saying, here is a, you know, here you go, little guy. A little leg up for you, something for you to do with your Lucia. And for those who pulled Obel Squad, we kind of, you know, nerfed the combined attack one from last time, but it's still more than usable. Go have fun. Right, the buffs are made up to get the gap between new players not having enough people built to clear until they have enough. Right, this is more or less where we're getting into. To which look, I'm going to say it like this. It's a simple situation where, yes, it sucks. Okay? It makes some new players think that when they pull Lucia to Summon Zero, oh my god, she's fucking amazing. Everything else. But that's the goal. The goal is to get them addicted. It's to get them to come in and pull. It's to get them to catch up. I'm just putting it like this, is that if you're playing by the rules of the DA, you already got assets that you have that's usable, that you've been having since 1.0. How many people do I hear when you hear someone like St. Tonus talk about how bad Deadly Assault is with the bad buffing and everything? The first thing that comes out is that, dude, I cleared it with no problems. You got a bunch of fucking people that comes out the woodworks who has built teams, who has built different things throughout since 1.0 that is there, that they don't like the buffs, but they're clearing the fucking content. And they'll go after people like Saint Tonus. They're going to go at him, be like, you know, you're looking at this wrong. You don't know how to play the game, blah, 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 all this good stuff, where they're already clearing the content. They're beating a Defiler with Ellen Joe. They're doing all this other stuff. The new fucking players aren't fucking doing that shit. Someone who starts out in 2.0 might now have, in general, since, okay, let's put it like this. With Yizhuan, if you are a new player, you've been picking up characters, you've been doing stuff since 2.0, this right here is your Rupture team. This right here is your Alice Yuzuha team. And this is your Robo Squad team. That's what the 3 buffs are for. This right here, for 2.0, you have 3 fucking teams that is ready, that is not really ready to go, but you have now a leg up on the competition to be able to guarantee that you should be able to hit 14K, maybe even 20K. Because, I mean, let's be honest here. You're a brand new player. You started out in fucking 2.0. You didn't start in 1.0. You didn't even start in 1.7. You started out in 2 fucking 0. Your investments in this game, unless you were one of those people that fell for, you know, rerun characters in particular, and you went to go pull Miyabi because everybody told you Miyabi was the best fucking character known to man. If you've been pulling right in the fucking patches, you straight up are good. You got a leg up on. You got a leg up. You don't have to worry about grinding as hard to clear shit. You don't have to have an F rank character for this shit. Your characters could be at a C. Your skills could be, you know, level 5s. You don't have to have the best discs. You're pretty much got a buffer that is helping you to achieve something. And to, you know, more of a medium style of people, to more of the older class of people, you're looking at the buffs and being like, yo, these buffs are fucking me over. They're not universal enough. They're hurting me. This is why, like I said, I think a way of fixing this, to be honest, it wouldn't solve all the fucking problems. It wouldn't solve all the problems at all. But I was talking about this in the Discord today when we were discussing this. This last buff right here, the Dream Delusion, I think, on all honesty, you need the shield buff. This needs to stay. For every new fucking banner, this fucking buff needs to stay. It needs to be shield to that character on the fucking banner no matter what. 100%. This needs to stay. This one should be, again, developer choice of what fucking buffing it is, whether they want to pick Oboe Squad, whether they want to pick Rupture, whether they want to pick something, Anomaly, whatever. They make whatever this buff is. These 2 buffs go to the devs. The 3rd buff in particular, before you start DA, you should be able to see what 3 bosses you got on the screen. And when you go ahead and you click on the buff, it comes up with a window and it says pick your buff. The 3rd buff, I think, to solve some of this problem would be allowing you, the player, based on your teams, based on what you've built, based on what you have, the 3rd buff in general should be designed to allow the player themselves to choose whatever buff that's in a list for them. Like every fucking previous buff that's ever shown up, you have the ability to pick one of them to utilize. And then once you pick it, that's it. You're stuck with the rest of the DA with that buff. The 2 buffs right here is developer designed. The last buff is player design. Because me and Argo, a good guy in the Discord. If you guys don't know Argo, just talk to Argo in the Discord. Guy's a little bit, you know, very, very, very much, you know, straightforward with how he talks and everything. But we were discussing this. And when it comes down to the buffing, And it comes down to talking about the in-game the perceivableness of the in-game when it comes to Zenless Zone Zero. There is too many different groups of people that has too many different experiences that is one way or another just completely different, and it changes how different people are affected. Right? If you are a newer player, you're playing like me, you're playing from 2.0, you're getting the new characters, you're going through everything, this is not a problem for you. It's not. This is perfectly fine. Okay? This is perfectly fine. This does not affect you. What this affects is for the people who don't want to pull for the characters. This affects the people who have 1.0 characters that, they're not interested in Rupture. They're not interested in Attack. They're interested more in the Anomaly, but they're interested in more of like Miyabi's. They're interested in more of the way their style of play is, and this affects them. But does it actually affect them is another question. Like, look, I beat my head against a Defiler for 4 fucking days with a fucking Hugo, okay? It affects me. But there's some people that I would say that in general regards, right? Let's just go here for a second. Let's just go here. In a general regards, there's people who's been proven since fucking day one that they could beat the fucking Myaspa Priest with fucking A-rank agent fucking characters like Nekomata, fucking Korin, and shit like this. They've done it. It's not a problem for them. We've got people who's already handled who handled the Dead End Butcher in their own fucking ways. Okay, that's been there before the buffing. Before this buffing and everything's happened in previous. They got their own way around this. Defiler is a relatively fucking new boss that we have our own. People have their own different issues about this boss, but in general, these two bosses here, you already got an idea you should already have an idea of how to deal with it with your current roster. Lucia is not going to make a difference. This is why I say that if ever, when Bringer comes back, if Miyabi struggles against Bringer, that's when you know this game's cooked. That's when you know this game's cooked. If you already got Yijuan, you picked up Yijuan at 2.0, but you didn't really pick up anything else, but you were already beating the fucking Priest back then. You had Pan, you have a team with like Astra Yao, even though it might not be the greatest fucking team in the world, but let's just say with fucking Myaspa Priest, you're a person who has a summon 0 fucking Yijuan. You pull this character right here, you decide that you got the A character, and then you already had an Astra Yao back from 1.5. This team right here in particular should be able to handle the fucking Miaspa Priest relatively alright. With or without the buffings. You might have to put a little bit more effort into the discs and everything else compared to when you first faced it, but you should be able to handle it. If you don't have that in particular, you should still be able to handle this boss in particular with a fucking team such as, I don't have Lighter hooked up right now. So let's say you passed up Yijuan, right? Let's say you passed up Yijuan, but you went get Jufufu. Yeah, and you still have Astriel. You should be able to clear this. Or this should be Lighter, right? Let's just say it's Lighter. You should be able to still fucking clear it. No issues. I heard yelling.
Huh?
I heard yelling.
Yeah, guess who's screaming for pizza?
I made him the offer.
I know. I know.
Get him a pizza. My money. I tell him Daddy got him a pizza. No, I got that. You don't want that. Logan might want it, but I think just our 2-liter bottle from thing. Oh, sorry about that. I am so sorry about that. The wife came here with food for me. Because I eat late night. I don't eat during the day. I forget to fucking eat. My wife is here to fucking eat. There's different things I'm sure you already have. The problem here, again, is that what are the buffs actually... Think of it from a developer point of view. What is the buff really designed for? Is the sole purpose of the buff to sell the new character? Is that really what the sole... Does that what people generally would think? Is what the sole purpose of the buffing here is to sell the new character? Yes and no. I don't think that the buff will determine whether or not you're going to pull for a character. But the buffing, if you did pull for that new character and you got that character only at level 30, level 40, right? You don't have that character particularly built all the way. Like, let's just say, for a prime example.
How about a little late night adventure?
Let's say you got like an Orphe. You got level 40, right? You got her to a D, right? You got some of these skills, you know, built up a little bit. You got some good discs. You only got her weapon up to like a level 40. Like the same level stat as what she is. At that end of the day, this character is going to struggle without a buff. But with the buff, it helps you as a new player who was not able to build that character all the way to give them a leg up. So by going ahead and having that Orphe, putting on this, doing 2 other team members or attack squad and everything else, you're utilizing that buff. It is generally helping you to get a leg up to deal with the situation in front of you. That if anything, the new buffing, again, my personal take on it, especially for these two right here, is more designed in the traditional aspect of saying, hold on here. They're made to give new players basically a leg to stand on when they're facing a fucking mountain. This is just made for them. That the person who's playing Zenless Zone Zero, the person who's been playing since day one, the person who plays every day, the person who's got fully built up team rosters, the person who grinds a little bit more here and there, that does a little bit of extra different things. Yeah, you're not benefiting for the buff, but you're still clearing fucking content. You're still getting over 20K on all this. You're still doing fine. You're still doing perfectly fine. You're not seeing the massively high fucking scores like you would. But you're still doing okay. Those buffs are designed. Like I think we'll make a video on this here in a minute. Let's let Muzzy finish though. Maybe Muzzy might change my opinion.
An improvement over Pun is just that this thing right here is disgusting. I hate this. And I think that people complain a lot about HP increasing. I think that people should actually realize that on top of HP increasing every single patch, these kind of buffs make you feel that you're dealing less damage. Every single time that the shield buff goes away, you think that your agent is not dealing damage. Oh, my score for Soldier MB went from 60,000 from a kill to 50, 45 or something. The HP inflation is too much right now. No, it's not the HP inflation. You just lost a buff that actually was making your character feel more powerful than it actually is. The middle buff for attacker is shield for MB or seed. It's pretty much a seed buff. If you use this on any other attacker agent, most of the time the 20% crit damage is not doing that much. Most of the time the 30% damage is not doing that much. Can we talk about how ass Dream Delusion is? Dream Delusion? What is Dream Delusion? Oh, okay, I just saw it. Okay, I just saw it. Yeah, Dream Delusion is so fucking ass. I have a feeling that you're saying this just because you couldn't get a kill with Yuzu Ice this time. It's a bad buff. Like, I feel like you could add something extra here to make it like slightly better. But like 40 anomaly proficiency? Are we dead ass? Are we dead ass? Like 4 anomaly proficiency sub rolls? This is what this buff is giving for you. The defense is reduced by 10%. Listen, 10% defense reduction is literally nothing. Nothing. If you're just using 10% defense reduction, this is nothing. I'll take a bad buff over shield buffs 100%. Remember back in the 1.4 or something, like let's say 1.4 all the way to 1.7, maybe even 2.0, we had like such amazing generic buffs for everyone. Like, it was good. Remember Sonata? I think it was Sonata that...
But the thing is that during that time period, you didn't have... Let me put it this way. ZZZ's only a year old. Right? It's only a year and a couple months old. When Deadly Assault came out, how many people already had characters that were fully built? Like, I don't know, but I'm going to say it like this. I don't think that the devs knew exactly what to do with the buffing for Deadly Assault until much later. Like, I don't think Deadly Assault was in the particular mindscape of putting in right off the bat. So, of course, I'm going to say it like this. I feel like the buffing was, in general, given, like, oh God, he's defending $1 billion company, which I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that at that point in time, I'm a developer. We just put DA. We got Miyabi's, we got Miyabi players, we got players who play Jane Doe, we got all this. I would feel that at that point in time, let's try to make the universal buffs more because people, this is new. This is great. People are having fun with this until we can figure out what the fuck we're going to do with it. Like, again, I don't think it was ever the intentions that, you know, a low player would be able to kill a fucking boss. A low account investment would ever kill a boss. Like, I don't even think that was a fucking idea.
Actually gave you like decibel generation and things like this. I have all type team, but my Evelyn team is feel like shit right now. Even my 14 attack rotation still doesn't do shit. Yeah, exactly, because this buff is so fucking bad for Evelyn. Honestly, I forgot to do calculations for Evelyn. I could do right now just to double check how much of a DPS increase it is. But I want to show this for you all. Where is it? Main display, not the WUWA training helper that I want to show. I want to show this thing right here. You see it? Like, this number that you guys are looking right here, this is the difference from this is spun and the first half of the pinnacle buff. This first half right here, the sheer damage by 10% only, right? So 10% only is going to be like 7-8% DPS increase on Yishuan. Then you add the second half that only Lucia can activate. Look at how much damage you're actually getting from everything else. It's a massive damage increase. So like, if we don't have shield buffs, this is how much of a difference Lucia is using the current buff and not having any buff for her. Like, this is why I did a test using combined attack. This run right here was using combined attack 42. If you guys were watching my last stream that I did like Friday or something, for me it was Friday. I don't know, it depends on where you're watching because time zones and stuff, right? But the last time that I was streaming, I was doing my best to get around 57. And I'm pretty sure I could get 57 or better. So like, look at the score difference. This 42 that I got, it was on a perfect rotation. I actually got so fucking lucky and I didn't fuck up in comparison to all the other runs that I did on last stream. So most of the time, I was getting like 39 to 40. Look at the massive difference here. We're talking about 40 to 56. This is how big of a gap just this buff right here is giving for you. And like, you guys are probably going to think, okay, but 40 is still amazing. 42 is still amazing. What are we talking about? That's not the point. Because like, I have really good rotations. I have good rotations. I'm not going to say really good rotations. Otherwise, Jimmy is going to call me out on the chat saying that my rotations are actually quite suspicious, but that's not the point, okay? Overall, my rotations are pretty good. Now imagine a more casual player, a mobile player, or someone that actually don't want to put a lot of effort trying to learn the game. imagine the gap, the difference between like the 20k I catching strays for no reason. Like, listen. I know that my rotation sometimes is quite suspicious. You also know this, all right? So yeah. But anyway, like imagine the casual player that is like playing on their phone or something, and they like barely hitting the 20k. And then you remove this buff. How bad they are going to feel, you see? So like, this is one thing that I think that people should actually like put a lot of attention on this shit. It sucks. Jimmy said something about shield buffs, right? I'd rather shield buffs. Alice shield buff was infinitely better for any anomaly team than Dream Delusion. I mean, shield buffs are fine when we're like shielding the class, I would say. You know? Because like, think about it. If we're shielding the class, let's say Alice release, then we add a super amazing buff for anomaly agents in general, right? You get a lot of value on our anomaly agents. Now, when we get things like the buff that we have on Threshold Simulation, that shit is ass. Why? Because it's clearly made for a single agent. So like, they are shielding agents instead of the whole class. I still hate the attacker rupture exclusivity to the buffs. I mean, I do hate it as well. Like, especially when you're already restricting the buff to a single class and you still make it not good enough unless you have the specific agent for this buff. Class or element shielding is better than the kit shielding. I totally agree. Like, this thing right here, this thing is disgusting. This first half right here that you guys are reading, this is so insane. Insane in the worst possible way. When an agent with Rupture specialty has HP below 80 or 50 of their maximum HP, their attacks ignore 10 to 25% of the enemy ice resistance. And like, Yidhari is not even available right now. This is why this is on the Threshold Simulation, because you can use with Yidhari. But like, even when she released, she's literally the only one that can benefit from this. This is so stupid. This is so fucking stupid. I think it makes it very boring for anyone who just enjoys off-rolling their favorite character as a DPS. Yup. I can agree because like, the HP increases, the buff is also increasing, but the problem is that the buff is increasing in the worst possible way. We are getting stronger buffs, but these are stronger buffs only if you're pulling the characters of this patch. And I hate this. I genuinely hate this. To be
No, I got it. Like I said, it sucks. But I don't think that in general we should be looking at the buffs for ourselves. It's nice if we get a buff for ourselves, you know. Oh my god, I've been putting so much good shit into Yizhuan that, you know, it's great to see my Yizhuan get a buff for something that utilizes her. I just think that the buffing more and more less is designed with new players in mind. Is to help them. It's designed for the person who pulled a character that doesn't have a Lucia fully built, you know, a Lucia fully built, that it's for her to go ahead and help them in that regards. Like, I think I agree with Muzzy to a majority degree on it, but I'm just saying that I think that the way it needs to be looked at, maybe instead of just looking at the negative, what is the positives behind it? Why? Like, again, I think like me and Argo had this conversation. It's too much of a high scaling, right? Like, Let me put it like this. How did Argo actually put it like this? Let me read exactly how Argo put this. Because I want to get exactly, because I agree with his point. Like Argo would point it out as, right? The general issue that people can agree on, I think, is because the buffs are an issue that goes both ways. Okay? The buffs themselves is a generalized issue. But as a whole, with ZZZ, you know, and with the different fundamentals around it and everything, ZZZ offers too many. Look, and you can apply this to any fucking video game. You can apply this even to fucking Wuthering Waves, man. The player experience right now in ZZZ is all over the place when it comes to endgame. When you look at F2P players versus whales versus dolphins, they all got their own different experiences. When you look at generalized players and everything else, and what they're pulling for, what they're not pulling for. When you got different experiences that involves around time investment, account management, knowledge, skill, play style, characters, liking and disliking of certain enemies, and understanding mechanics. All of this plays into effect. That all comes around with the buffing. That in general showcases that there is too many groups of people with so many different experiences. So one way or another, when we're talking about these topics or addressing these issues, the outcome of this changes between these groups. The ones who are more affected by this is going to be more vocal. And they're going to say, they're going to elaborate more. Whereas people who's not really affected by this is not seeing a problem. And then there's even people out there who take a look at this that's not even pulling for the new character and says, I don't have a problem with none of this. Like, I built my account. I managed my account. I could do corn with all this shit. I don't care. I think the way it should be looked at, I think the buffs, again, should be understood that, especially for these two right here, should be buffs that are designed with the principal mindset, this is for new players to catch up. This is to help them clear DA. This is here to help them clear Shiyu defense. This is here to help them clear the in-game content of whatever. This is what the buffs are designed for, is to give them a leg up. I still think that this third buff here, the best option, is when you start a DA, instead of it automatically picking a buff for you, you should get a list of buffs and you choose the buff that you want. So the third buff is for the generalized player who's bitching about the buffs to say, you know what, I got this type of team, so I'll pick this buff for this. The other two buffs, I can't do nothing about, but the third buff, we should give it the option to the players to pick whatever buff they want for there. Because I believe full-heartedly, you got a fully built team. You've been working on that team since 1.0 days, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, whatever. If you've been actually working on that Evelyn, you've been working on that Miyabi, you've been working on that Astra Yao, that Caesar, whatever characters, your DPSs and everything else, your anomaly characters, I think the buff should not affect your ability to clear endgame. It might affect your score, right? Because all of a sudden, that character is not, killing the boss no more. Yizhuan was killing the boss in M0, when she first came out. Next month or so, she's not doing it no more. Okay? Because the buff's not there. But I think people are relying a little bit too heavily on carrying that the buff is carrying them. That in general, just like any fucking video game that I've played, man, you get a buff or whatever. The buff is just there typically in the beginning of a game sometimes to carry you through the game for the first couple levels. And then, boom, it's like an EX pack. Once you get to a certain point, you're on your own. You're basically on your own. Your character should still be able to clear it. It's not overperforming no more. And you should still be able to clear the content. You're just not going to have a big score. Like, let's just say you had the buff, right? Now, I'll even go like lower than this. Okay? You had the buff, and you were barely able to clear 14k points with Yizhuan. You got a team.
How about a little late-night adventure?
Here's an example. You got a team. You got a Yizhuan. You got a Jufufu you picked up. And you don't have Lucia right now, so your support right now is fucking Pan. Okay? Let's just say this is a team. When she first came out, let's even take this out. Let's put Astro Yao. Let's even go with that. Let's just say that Jufufu's not even around, right? Let's lower it down. Dude, I was able to clear the bosses. I was able to kill bosses at level 65 with a fucking summon one fucking Yizhuan back when she first came out, before we M6'd her ass. Because the buff was there to make her absolutely fucking strong as shit. The buff was there for some time. The goal here is that they give you a leg up. Right? You were given a leg up. You're able to clear the boss. You're able to do all this. But if you're building the account, you're building the character, the buff goes away. If you were a person that barely scraped by, okay? You didn't have Yizhuan, you didn't have Astro Yao or fucking Pan fully built out or whatever, and with the buff, you were barely able to get to 14k points, and you got 14k 100. Oh man, I cleared it. Woo, I cleared it. That's with the buff. You know what that's telling you? That's telling you that before the next DA recycle, you'll like the team. What should you be doing? You should be focusing on building that team even more. You need to build that team to where this buff that you would have for Yizhuan or whatever is no longer necessary. That you could just go throw any other buff on there and you're able to clear it. That again is where we come into the placeholder of, again, like me and Argo was talking about, time investment, account management, skill, play style, characters, understanding the liking, the disliking of whatever enemies, and understanding their mechanics, so on and so on. This is where a knowledge check, a build check, a skill check comes involved. The three trifecta here. The buff should not be something that we, as players, are generally worried about. look at it like this. You improve your team over a month to get 44k, but the next buff says fuck you for the devs reasonings and your score drops to 26k, you feel pissed off. Yeah. Some people would. I won't. I still cleared fucking 20k. I don't care. Like I have played fucking goddamn DA since 1.7. I have killed fucking bosses with minimum effort because of buffing. I have came in here and gotten lower scores than I did last fucking month. I've gotten higher scores this month. The only thing I've ever gotten pissed off about is fucking Hugo and not getting fucking 20k when I'm seeing fucking 19k and I just know that I need to get an extra 300 fucking damage. I got 19,700 and I got to play the Hugo team against a fucking Defiler and I just know that I need to get 300 more points. You're talking about this right here, the leaderboard with the fucking ranking of like your 2.09%. If you're talking about that right there, unless there's another leaderboard somewhere that I'm missing. This don't fucking mean shit to me. This does not make me personally fucking hungry to fucking go ahead and be in the top 50.59% or whatever. A leaderboard to me is fucking going ahead, logging in, and seeing my friends' fucking scores on DA every time I log in. Like you and I, okay, let's just say like this, Ellen Stale. You and I add each other's friends, right? We're on here. And then every time I log in, this is what they should add. This is what fucking I want. I come log in here. There should be a section where I click right here of like all my friends' DA scores. And I see that you got fucking 128,000 score for completing DA. And I got 125. Now that makes me hungry to go ahead and fucking stop you so that way I can send you a fucking message. Just like I used to do this shit in Call of Duty all the fucking time and be like, hey, Randy. What, Fox? Take a look at the leaderboard scores on our fucking clan right now. What? Take a look at them real quick. How the fuck did you get 64 fucking K score in chaos mode shit? I don't know, bitch, but I just beat your fucking score. That's what makes me fucking hungry, is that type of competition. Because this is just, I don't know, like this is apparently upon my fucking server, right? I don't know who the fuck's on my server. I don't know who the fuck's playing. Like, that is legitimately the way I would want this. I would want to be hungry by seeing what my friends' DA scores are. And fucking sitting there and competing against them. And then legitimately, you could have it to where you have like content creator fucking battles in a sense, to where I see Kete gets a fucking high score of this right here, right? Like he gets a high score. Fuck. I know he's a fucking whale, but I'm going to fucking do my best to beat his fucking score. Like, I would want to see where everybody scores at, not just get a arbitrary number of what it says I am. Because, I mean, I really don't fucking particularly care at that point. Another thing that fucking ZZZ fucking needs, and all gacha games need this shit, not just fucking ZZZ.
I promise you'll love it.
I need the ability to turn fucking goddamn signals off. Like, That's what I thought originally what this was, and I was so fucking excited about this when I fucking first started CZZ that I thought this was the best thing ever. But come to find out, it's just for the fucking picture. It doesn't do anything. Like I was thinking that, hey, if I select this, hey, it's a level 1. If I select this, level 2. If I select this, level 3. If I select this, it's a level 4. Gacha games need to have the ability to where I can fucking lure my fucking mindscapes down to a fucking summon 0. So if you got a summon 6 character, for example, but you want to experience it as an F2P player in a sense, because an F2P player tells you, you can't do that. You can't beat this game with a fucking summon 0. I could be like, bet, and I can fucking go turn off my Lucia and I can make her summon an M0 again. That is something that I keep putting in every fucking game's fucking survey, is that I want the ability to turn off sequences, or like in Weather and Waves, or I want to turn off Mindscapes in fucking Zenless Zone Zero. Because let me put it this way to you. I tell you that I have played this character as a summon 0. Okay? The people who's been here, who's watched me before I pulled to get all the way to a summon 4 in this fucking character. You guys who sat here and you watched me play the game and everything else, when I first pulled the fucking character, the only character I gave a fuck about getting a summon 6 was fucking Monato. This is the only character I cared about building. When I got her as a summon 0, when I got fucking Vivian as a summon 0, I was perfectly fucking fine. And straight up, that like, hey, we'll play it, we'll do fine with it, and then like I'll get additional sequences, I'll start putting them on because fuck, I want to support the game. I give the game money. I'll just come here, I'll randomly pick, I'll fucking pick some, and I think I actually got fucking some. Yeah, I got one stable here. Oh, I got fucking 16 of these. Give me the fucking shit out of that. Oh, damn, we got another rocket boo. Fucking upgrade his ass. Picking out a fucking boo. Now, you know what? We're going to finish his ass off. We'll get him maxed. We're going to get Rocket Boo fucking maxed out. I like the little suicide bomber. Suicide bomber needs to be fucking straight out fucking diving in and blowing himself up. But I've had people come into me with like Weather and Waves to be like, you got 76 characters. Like, dude, I fucking played Gia when he was when he was summon 0, man. I just put money in the game because I give a fuck about money. I give a fuck about going ahead and making, the game understand that I care about it. I want to support, like, if I'm having fun, I support something. Which to some people out there, apparently supporting the fucking Hoyo versus like the most evil thing I could do in the world. It just tells me that the money I give them, they might actually keep the game up and running.
Special bang boo combo?
Nice. Damage multiplier went up. Days meter went up. Cooldown. Nice. You're my favorite. You're my favorite fucking bang boo. You're a little daredevil, and you're gonna keep blowing your fucking own ass up, and I like it.
Come back next time, you hear?
All right, you know what? Let's just go ahead and do this. Whether you guys agree with me, whether you guys disagree with me, it is what it is. I'm gonna record my own thoughts on this real quick. Oh, dude, I want to wait. I'm waiting for the Lego fucking shit, man. I'm waiting for the fucking Lego booze. We're gonna start building shit. Dude, I don't know how much of a difference it makes to fucking max out the bang booze, but I fucking damn straight I'm gonna fucking max it out if I can. Alrighty, so what's going on, proxies and protocols? We're gonna have a little bit of a conversation today, and this conversation is stimulating yet again from a lot of different things. Wait, you know what? Let me calm down a second here. Alrighty. Alrighty. Proxies and protocols. So we're on a live stream right now, and I'm just gonna go ahead and record this as we've been talking about a certain topic for quite some time, and it gets stirred up every so often, more and more here and there. Yes, right. We're going to go ahead. We're going to talk about the in-game fascination, especially surrounding more of Deadly Assault. And this is going to derive from the HP inflation. It's going to derive from different topics that has been presented to me from the different community members, from different players, from different content creators, different thought patterns all around. And particularly, though, we're going to talk about the buffing. Because I just sat here probably for like the last 30 minutes or so after watching OK Muzzy's video and listening to it and understanding it. And I've been having my own thought patterns of surrounding the buffing. And I know that I've had this conversation with a couple people in the Discord, especially in the mornings and especially in the afternoons when I'm off of work, driving home and driving into work, that we've sat there and we've discussed things, and I want to give a shout out to Argo, aka Scars, a channel member here on YouTube and everything, because we've been having this conversation probably for the last week now, and he gave me a lengthy topic on this, so yeah, I want to talk about it. So without further ado, let's just go ahead and let's discuss this. So, I'm right here with the chat. I'm going to go ahead. We can talk about this real quick, guys. But for the last 30 minutes or so, we've been talking about pretty much a situation here with, especially with Deadly Assault, when it comes down to the three different buffings. How, like, the first buffing here is a very shield buffing. The second buffing right here is also shield, towards that of like the Obel Squad, combined attack, where if you have one or two attack agents, to where you still can utilize it for some of your teams and everything. But like I think like OK Muzzy was pointing out, like for especially with this buffing right here, if you're going to do like a one attack agent, 20% crit damage is really nothing. Not getting the 20% increasement of crit damage, and even 30% attack specialty is kind of like nothing. And then even like with this last buff here in the back right here for Dream Delusion, this buff right here is really not that great either, with the defense being reduced by 10% and, only getting an increasement of 40 for anomaly proficiency, and the increasement right here for anomaly damage against by 20%. Not really that great. The buffing here that a lot of people are kind of upset with is going to be more of the shield buffing, to where, Rupture Agent specialty will increase by 10%, which is not really that big of a deal. The Myospa Shield going down by 30% faster is kind of a big deal. But the rest of the buff is pretty much locked down by Lucia, where the Ether Veil Agent's sheer damage will increase by 30% when they're in Ether Veil state, basically, and 45%, right? So, talking this out, thinking about this and talking this out with several different people, my thought patterns on this, and especially since I'm a person who's relatively new in Zenless Zone Zero myself, I've had this conversation again, like I stated earlier with Argo, to where I believe that when it comes down to the end game of this, right? When it comes down to you playing, especially considering more often Deadly Assault, that there's too many factors. There's a lot of different factors that comes involved here that there's a lot of different groups that fall of players that fall in several different groups that, jointly speaking, is going to have different experiences. Now, what do I mean by this is that when people are presenting, problems, they're presenting these arguments, they're trying to present these solutions in Zenless Zone Zero of what should be done. There's, again, way too many factors for each type of person to actually have similar experiences. So what we're getting from this is that there is things that people need to take into account for when it comes to the end game. Time investment, account investment, account management, knowledge, skill, play style, characters, liking or disliking certain bosses or enemies, understanding their mechanics, so on and so on. This is where I think that we can go into a trilogy of things. A trilogy that in particular, I will state is, this comes into 3 different styles. This is going to come into a skill check issue. This is going to come into a build issue. And this is going to come into a knowledge check. So when it comes down to all of this, you could go ahead and base all of these different problems that we're talking about, from time investment all the way into, the mechanics of bosses, into these 3 types of groups. So for skill checks, build checks, and for knowledge checks, a lot of people out there are going to say that, HP inflation is a problem. Is HP inflation actually a problem? Well, there's been different dynamics, different people who has said different things out there where, HP inflation is not an issue, to people who say this HP inflation is an issue. When people look at different things, they're going to go ahead and they're going to look at the people, for example, who do not have an issue with HP inflation. For example, let's say they're too sweaty of a player, that they're playing at a higher level than a casual player. And then you're going to have people who are considered elitists is going to look at a person who is, relatively struggling with deadly assault. And they're going to go ahead and say, well, they don't have the skill, they don't have the knowledge or whatever, the build to actually compete in deadly assault. That there's more revolve. Again, different players are going to have different experiences. When we're talking about the buffing, and we're going to talk about the buffing first here. The buffing, the way I look at it, is straight up, this is designed. Yes, it's shield. But is it actually designed in the purpose to sell you a character? To some people out there, they're going to be like, well, the reason why this buff exists right here is just so that way you could sell me Lucia. The only way I'm going to do good in Deadly Assault is if I have Lucia. Or the only way I'm going to do good in Assault is if I spent on Obo Squad last time. That's where these 2 buffs are going to come in. So it's predatorial is what is going to be kind of explained to me. But looking at it from a different point of view and not trying to be so negative, dare I say, me defending a multi-billion-dollar company, which I'm not trying to, I'm going to say that I look at this as a different perspective, and especially since 2.0, that the buffs are more designed for the new player in mind. What do I mean by this? Is that these buffs in general, I don't see people who, let me put it like this, people I know who didn't pull for Yijuan, people who I know that didn't pull for Obo Squad, aren't having issues going past 20k on these bosses. That they're clearing the content, they're doing good. Yeah, they're not getting scores of 50 or 60k. They're maybe just barely touching 40k on a score. However, they're not having issues because their accounts are built. They're using different characters. They're finding different ways around utilizing the buffs, right? They're not using the buffs. They're doing what it takes with their current teams and everything else to just get through things. That our characters are built with godlike discs. that they got signature weapons, that their account investment is pretty damn high. And when I look at people who are able to achieve this, even the F2P player who has been spending time grinding for better discs, who's been grinding and building their characters up to where they're no longer Ds, but now they're F characters. Now their skills have gone up. In general, they're completing this. A new player that has come in, I have experienced this with Pinnacle especially. You go into Deadly Assault, you use this buff, you just got a Lucia. I had a Lucia. I built Monato over Lucia because I'm more of a person who wanted to, Monato's my boy. He's an A-rank agent with a, S in my heart here, but I'm going to play fucking Monato. I don't care about Lucia. I don't care about the S-rank characters on the banner right now. I care about my A-rank agent boy here. Well, I popped her on the team. She was level like 30 with like a level 20 weapon. I just threw some disc on her or whatever, popped her in. My God, we were able to clear over 20k on this boss with a character that's not even fully built. Because the buff itself gave Lucia enough of a burst of energy, if you would, a leg up to get through it. And the more I look at these buffs, yeah, you could go ahead, you could say, oh my God, it's designed to be predatory, it's designed to shield and everything. I think they're more designed to ensure that, the current on-screen character right now is going to be, given a leg up. The last characters you got, maybe you're not fully built with them or anything, it still got a little bit of a leg up. That I think, if I'm not mistaken, even this is slightly nerfed of a buff than it was when it first came out. And then you have your more generalized buff at the end that you should be able to use, with something, even though, honestly, I don't think this buff is really that great either. The point here is that the game has, with how the bosses have been coming out recently, how the buffing's been coming out recently, is catering more to the idea that if you are a new player, you're able to go through this and catch up. That's where I'm coming out from this. Because, take for example, starting with Miasma Priest. Yeah, Miasma Priest, you pretty much got to do, 3 defensive assists within 3 seconds to earn... 1 second. All right, I'm sorry about that. My dogs are barking out of thin air for no reason. So let me talk about, getting back into this, okay? After that brief little interruption, let me go ahead and explain my thought patterns about Deadly Assault, okay? And we're going to start with the Miasma Priest, and we're going to discuss some things. Deadly Assault, how Zenless Zone Zero is building right now, in my personal opinion, how the end game is structuring itself, is designed for the premise of not really the older player in mind, but the new player. The person who is just starting out, the person who got into Zenless Zone Zero since 2.0. Miasma Priest would be technically the first boss that, in all honesty, it's not really that simple of a boss, but when an agent successfully performs 3 defensive assists within 3 seconds, they earn 1,000 performance points to get a maximum of 5. So you just gotta do this. You gotta do 3 defensive assists times 5. You get 1,000 performance points each time you do it. So parrying, 5 times. And especially when he keeps doing his little onslaught, you're basically going to get it. Some people, though, don't always get it. You got Miasma Fiend, where you got to play the little the little mini game where they throw when they throw the miasmal pool under you and you got to blow it up. That's a little mini game. You have the Defiler here, which you got to play three phases. That's pretty much invulnerabilities that the timer is still going on, but however, you're basically guaranteed by doing these 3 phases, no matter what, you're guaranteed to get 5k performance points. And then even with the new Deadly Assault boss coming out soon, which is going to be the Wandering Hunter, even he's going to have a minigame with the hide and seek crap where basically you find a little girl, you find little Lucia, and you do 1 defensive parry, boom, you got 5k points. So we have now, first and foremost, before we get into anything with HP inflation, we get anything with the buffing, we get anything, we've already started taking bosses compared to like Pompeii and other bosses before in the past, where you got to do more anomaly checks, you got to do defensive checks, you got to do, dare I say, damage checks and everything else, where performance points back in the day with some of the older bosses, a lot of people that I have talked to when I first started playing in 1.7, did not particularly like getting those performance points, that they were always going to be coming short. That sometimes it just felt like it felt bad in some cases with some of the bosses to get the performance points. So here, I think that the devs have listened to a lot of players, because I have heard this a lot, that performance points is something that a lot of people had issues with, especially newer players, that we're taking away one clear factor, which is the performance points. We're making it as easy as possible for any new player to practically brain dead get them. You just got to play a minigame. Now, in the case of Defiler, you got to play that minigame 3 times, and to some people it sucks. I completely understand. But again, it's designed with the casual mind. And if you look at the buffing, yet again, if you're a new player that has pulled since 2.0, right? Technically speaking, the first buff, even though for Yizhuan is not that great still, but the first buffing is mainly for Yizhuan. And if you're pulling for Yizhuan, Lucia, it's made for Rupture Agents. Second one's made for Attack and Obel Squad. The third one is basically going to be used for Alice and Yuzuha. That the last 3 patches is catering more of giving slight leg ups to the new characters that you have if you're just pulled starting in 2.0 for teams that you've been pulling for. I think that one thing that players should understand is that these buffs should not constitute that you're guaranteed, to get past 20k, past 14k, however you see your goalpost, how you see your goalpost on clearing the end game. Like, this is basically, hey, look, we're going to help you out, but you're still supposed to manage your account and not rely on the buffs to help you ultimately clear your end game. That's the way I look at it. The way I look at it is that when it comes to these 3 bosses, and from a day 1 perspective, or maybe even since like 1.5, 1.4, that if you've been pulling, you got your knowledge check, you got your account managed, you have your skill, you have your play style design, and you've been playing, you've been clearing in-game content since months and months, almost a year ago, the buff should not actually matter for you. That you don't need, at this point in time, a leg up. It's great, don't get me wrong, that if they would have provided you with a buffing that, like my suggestion would be, is that you take the last buff right here, you pull it out, and then when you start a new DA, you get the option of choosing whatever buff that's previously been in the game before. You pick it, you select it, and that is your buff going out for the rest of the DA until the next reset. Instead of them arbitrarily putting in a new buff, putting in 3 buffs and you just have this, make it to where the 3rd buff is selectable by the user. Make the first 2 buffs with the devs designed and make the last buff pretty much for whoever wants to change it. That's a suggestion I would give to fix this problem, which I still think that some people would not like that, but I think it would be somewhere of a better direction to go. I think that the person who has been putting the time investment, who's been making sure their account is invested into, that's been managing their account, that has built their knowledge, that has their character roster built, that has their characters builds done, that understands the mechanics of these bosses, that has put time and effort, should not care particularly about the buffs. If you're a person that with the buffs, you're only basically scraping 6,000 or 14,000 points and you're not even barely scraping 20K, then there is got to be something else on the account, whether it is the way you're playing, whether it's how you build, whether it's a knowledge check in some regards. There's something else going on that if you're relying so heavily on the buff to complete in-game content, that you may want to check some things first before you ultimately blame the game. Now, HP inflation is another thing that a lot of people are going to go ahead and discuss and say that's also an issue. I get that. I think that HP inflation, if anything, is in particular still has not been a problem. That I've seen people who are playing, Korin, Nekamadas, that are playing characters like Caesar as a DPS and everything, that is still clearing with even the HP inflation issues that's going on. That I'm going to say it like this. The day that HP inflation is going to be an issue, in my personal opinion, is the day that when you take your classic Miyabi team, you go fight the Bringer, you get your buff, and you go fight Bringer, and you're struggling against Bringer, which is designed around Miyabi, and you're struggling to get 20K points with Miyabi, then that's when HP inflation, that's when different things in the game is really bad. That's when ZZZ's cooked. Otherwise, I see more of like the HP inflation. A lot of people who complain about it too, the same part, is going to go look at like leaks and such, and they're going to say, like, for example, this DA, right? This one in particular. So many people were scared with the notorious Dead End Butcher because he was supposed to be at 161 million HP. That's what it was in the beta. That's what happened. By the end of the beta, with all the balancing and everything else been done and completed, they dropped them down from 161 to 131. So, relatively speaking, I don't think, again, HP inflation is an issue. I think that when it comes down to the buffing, we got a lot of people who is exclaiming that this is the biggest issue in the game, where I look at this straight up as, hey, this right here is designed for that person who just started an account, who's just pulling characters, because they don't have a roster, they don't have characters on their account. They got the cunning hairs. They started in 2.0. They might have gotten Yi Zhuan. They might not have gotten Ju Fufu. But then they got, Yuzuha and Alice. Then maybe they only got, Orphe instead of Seed on that team. Maybe right now they got Lucia. So maybe right now the only team that they really have fully built is going to be a Yi Zhuan team. This is designed, again, in my personal opinion, more to cater to people who just started in 2.0. Which, if you're a person who's playing with, dare I say, the 1.0 characters, those characters, it's over a year. If you are someone who's played close to day one or a day one player, your account should be well invested into if you've been playing regularly. If you might have taken your break here or there, but you've been, on a regular upscaling of the account. Your account management, your knowledge, your skill
your builds should be completely, the account should be invested to where, dare I say, these buffs should not hurt you in any which way, shape, form. When you take a look at this, and you should already have an answer that should be able to get you past 20k points and get all the achievements from it. Now, this is going to be a topic for another time, because I know that another thing that's going to be ended up being stated is the fact that, oh, well, this affects my high scores. Like last DA, I was able to get, I was able to kill the boss. It was at 60k. But now in this DA, I was only able to get 45k. I had a drop because of the buff. Again, we're hitting an issue, a general issue, to where it's subjective because people play this game for different reasons. You're going to have your people who just want to clear end game, whose goal is to get 14k and that's it. You got people out there who wants to get over 20k. You got people out there who is chasing the high scores, that they want to be the top of their ranking, apparently, right here at the top. You got different people who have different experiences, who want different things in the game. And at the end of the day, this is a factor that, more or less, it's a general issue that when we have too many different types of players out there that have different experiences with this game, that no matter what, the effect of what's happening is going to affect these different groups of players in different ways, some to the benefit, some to the disadvantage. We again are having a situation where we have a bar, and that bar is determining basically what side you're on. Are you on the side of I do not like this? Are you on the side of like this? Or are you in the middle of it to where you don't really care? That's what it comes down to. That's my thought pattern on it. I'm not sure if y'all will agree or disagree with that. Y'all let me know down in the comment section below. But yeah, I thought this was a good topic to go ahead and discuss, because I don't know, man. For me, this is not a big deal. For others out there, this is a huge deal. And I think, again, we're hitting a spot where there's more to this than just HP inflation, than just buffing, that this also comes into the wording of accountability. That we as players need to also take accountability for our own accounts as well. That's all I'm going to say. What is the topic? Notice the stream is up. The topic right now is straight up, we're talking about the end game. Right. And the issue here is that we got people out there who is talking about, the buffs are a problem now. HP, let's put it like this. In the last couple of months, I heard that HP inflation's an issue. I've heard that the buffing's an issue. I heard that the filer's an issue. I've heard that the bosses are an issue. I am hearing in general, when it comes to Zenless Zone Zero, that this, that, and everything else is an fucking issue. And a lot of this stimulates from outside influence, to be completely fucking honest. There is some inside influence, don't get me wrong, as of recent, but like how this all really got started, like my asthma shield's a problem. This is a problem. That's a problem. And it's an accountability problem is where I really deem and see it at. Again,
you look at like Deadly Assault, right? Deadly Assault has some of its issues. Okay. In particular, one of the issues I hope I never see again is how they're doing resistances where all 3 bosses are fucking ice resistant. Okay. Now that fucking kills all your ice fucking teams. At least, you know, we got ice resistance, but at least motherfucker here is not ice resistant. Like, that's been a problem. But when we're talking about the current buffing, and like I said, I've been having this conversation with several people on the Discord, with Argo and stuff like this. I understand that a lot of people think that, oh, the buffing is, you know, straight up the biggest issue there is. It's so shield for Seed. It's so shield for, you know, Lucia. That the buffing sucks. The way I look at it is that, again, the buffing is, yeah, it's very shield for the first 2 right here. But I never cared about the buffing. I really never cared that much for the buffing since I started with 1.7. And it seems like, you know, a lot of people really care about it. Because I feel like I said, like, the buffing, yeah, it's supposed to be shield. Yeah, it's supposed to be like this. But it wasn't like this when the game first came out. Yeah, it was not like this when the game first came out. I completely 100% understand. But at the same point in time, when Deadly Assault first came out, you already had people who had rosters of characters that was already out, and pretty much they were probably trying to figure out what they want to do with the buffing, so they made more universal buffing because, hey, people already have these types of characters already, so let's make the buffing a little bit more universal for the people who's been playing the game since day one. It makes perfect sense to me. I think that especially since 2.0, this is actually, you're not going to like what I'm about to say. A lot of y'all not going to like what I'm about to say, but I think this is actually the best route for them to go. I think there's only one change that needs to be made, in particular to the buffing. But I think that in truth, the way they're doing the buffing is actually really good. Again, I think that the 3rd buff should be a selectable buff. The first 2 buffs should be basically, this is shield, right, for the current on-screen banner character. Okay? This is a slightly weaker buff for the team that you pulled from the last banner. And the 3rd buff should be something that should be more universal, but it should be something that I would say that you first join in, you first start up DA, the reset just happened. It says pick your buff, and you get a list of buffs. You see what bosses are on the screen, and then you're able to choose the 3rd buff to however you deem it. That's what should be done. That, I think, would be the best route to handle this. And I know there's people who will disagree with that, but I think that's the best route. But when it comes to it, you got a lot of players, and this is what people I don't think they think about. You got a lot of new players who came into fucking ZZZ at 2.0. A lot of brand new fucking players. It's not just players who's played since 1.0 that they got an Ellen Joe, they got a Jane Doe, they got Miyabi, you know, they got all this from back in the day. They got Caesar and shit. There's a lot of people because 2.0, they waited an entire year and they're just starting out in ZZZ. And these are people who don't have definitive rosters created. They don't have characters built. They don't have nothing. And the buffing here, I feel, is more designed to say that you got a level 40 Lucia, right? You got a level 40 Lucia. You got a Monoto. Basically, it's not guaranteeing you're going to get 20k points, but you should perform really well
with a below average built Lucia, with a below average built Monato, and you should be able to do very decent on whatever boss you choose here. That again, the buff is designed in particular for them. The first buff is then designed, picked up, and built in particular for the new player who just started yesterday or started last month or earlier. That if they got towards end game, that they got a leg to stand on. It's a catch-up mechanic. The second buff, okay, the combined attack. It's, I believe, from like how it was described to me and from what we saw, 2 days ago, whatever, that this is a slightly weaker buff compared to when it first came out. Is designed for those people who pulled Orphe, who pulled fucking Seed. That, you know what, in general, the buff's a little bit weaker, but you should have that character somewhat built up. Now, if you really like those characters, that this buff is made for the last banner to be like, to still give them a slight leg above to get somewhere. Okay? That's what this really seems like it's designed for me as. So for your Seed and Orphe teams, you're not going to perform as well as you did in the previous DA unless you have really built those characters up. But if you have consistently built them up, you are working on them and everything, this buff is still to just ensure that you still have a leg up. The last buff right now, the one that I think should be changed to be a selectable buff. If I look at this is made for, in my personal opinion, it's the weakest of all three, and it's made for Alice, Yuzuha. It's made for them. It's made during that time period. That this is the weakest of it has been, and this is to basically one more time give the player who pulled for Alice, who pulled for Yuzuha, still for those characters, a slight leg up just to give them a little bit of a comfort zone. It's training wheels. It's your different types of training wheels. These are your big training wheels for what you're doing right now. This is your slightly smaller, you lifted up the training wheels off the ground to where you're still wobbling. And this is the one where they remove one of the fucking training wheels. And then after this, I would assume after this, for Alice and for Yuzuha and everything, there should be no buff by that time, because on paper, you should have that team built. You should not be, in my personal opinion, looking at the buff as your scapegoat to clearing Deadly Assault. If you're running teams, you're running Miyabi, you're running Evelyn, you're running all these other characters, you're running Jane Doe, you're running a Jane Doe team, you're running, a Yanagi team,
Awaiting orders.
you're running a Nekomata team,
The lunch is on you.
you're running a Haramasa team.
Time to clock out.
In general, these characters should not have to rely on the buffing at the end of the day. If you built them, you've worked on the account, you've built the account, you've done what you need to do on the account, those characters in particular should not, if a buff comes in that helps them, hey, amazing, that's great, congratulations. But if a buff doesn't come in for them, it should not stop them from clearing content. And you should not be the type of person that gets upset that, there's no buff for my character. Again, different people are going to have different feelings on this. It's a very subjective fucking matter. You're going to have people who's going to complain about the HP inflation. You're going to have people who's going to complain about the bosses. You're going to have people that's going to complain about the buffs. You're going to have people who's going to complain in general about so many different things about this because everybody has a different experience with it. Again, even with the end game, the bosses have been even nerfed compared to what they used to be. And let me put it this way. I know a lot of people, we've had this conversation multiple times. I know a lot of people who's not going to like this. There's a lot of people who do not like the Defiler. They do not like the Miasma Priest. They do not like Miasma Fiend. They don't like the minigames. That they're arguing that, like, when Miasma Fiend jumps onto the ledge and throws the fucking Miasma pool under you, and you gotta fucking lock on the fucking spears into the fucking Miasma pool, that minigame that you gotta do. Oh, they don't fucking like that. They actually, because they're not able to attack the boss at that point. Now, granted, compared to the Defiler, when Defiler came out, oh my god, Defiler has 3 fucking faces of this, and it sucks. I prefer the Miasma Fiend now. I prefer how that's operating. You're gonna prefer the fucking, the next character, the next DA rotation when we're gonna have the Wandering Warrior, where he's the Wandering Hunter, because he straight up is only gonna have one minigame like this. But I know some people who don't like the minigames that wants to sit there and actually earn the fucking performance points. They want to sit there like with a dead-end butcher. They want to sit there. They want to impair a boss. They want to sit there. They want to fight the fucking ballerina shit, the marionette twins, and they want to fucking break every single one of them to get more performance points. They want to earn it. But the bosses have been nerfed to where you don't have to worry about performance points. Defiler is a boss that is very cinematic. To some people, it sucks. To some people like myself, I like it. But in general, it is actually designed to be so brain dead of getting your 5K performance points that you don't even have to worry. You don't have to worry about fucking doing much in getting your 5K performance points. So you can't be like fighting Pompeii, getting fucking 3,500 fucking performance points and being like, man, I didn't do enough fucking defensive assists. If I would have did enough defensive assists, I could have gotten an extra 2,000 points on this shit. And you bitching about his vulnerability, rotations, and everything else like this. I think the ZZ devs took that into account for new players who just like, you know what? New players don't want to be challenged. Older players want to be challenged. How do we find a medium that can work for both? And I think that is what they're playing with right now. I think that is what they're working on right now. And that is why the minigames now exist. That's how they want to start engaging players. They want to engage the players in a minigame so that way casual players are again able to catch up. Yeah, look, the Filer is the most egregious one of them all. It's just like I said, like there is in the past, I've seen people fucking bitch about Butcher's fucking performance points. I've seen people bitch about Pompeii's Butcher points. Marionette Twins one. Since I've been streaming this game, one of the things, like I told this to Kete, and Kete was like, hey, I never thought about that, is straight up is that there has been several people that I have seen that bitches about the performance points. And this takes it away. And those same people who are bitching about getting the performance points is kind of bitching about is just hand it to them. That they don't like it handed to them. I don't get it. But I've seen it. It's just that I think like Defiler, I think it goes a little too far, but I think Defiler is still a great boss. Give me 1 second. I'll use the restroom.
All right, I'm back. My easy solution for DA for people to stop bitches is one, make the performance points easier to get, which they've done, and raise the performance points cap to 10,000 or 15,000. I disagree with that. I think performance points are a little bit too easy to get. I think they're good where they're at. I think that future-wise, and this is where my opinion is going to be at on this, future-wise, if HP inflation does become a problem, they have the most simplest solution to fix it. Okay? And it's not even related to fucking performance points. Just change the fucking timer from 3 minutes to 5. Just increase the time of the fucking boss fight. That's what it comes down to. I think that if they would even increase it right now, you'd have a lot of people that would be able to 2-star. That wouldn't be bitching about that kind of shit. Because right now, technically speaking, this is 9 minutes worth of gameplay. 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Make it 5. 5, 10, 15. Make it 15 minutes worth of fucking content. But I think that a lot of people who's not even able to 2-star, it's still an account issue. Something is not... If you're not able to 2-star to a certain degree, then again, I think that there's more to the account having an issue. What's up, Randy? I don't think it make it feel more like Shiyu defense. I think Shiyu defense is where you have to complete within 5 minutes, but you got an extended time period. I just think that, like, in regards to this, I just want to fight the bosses for fucking longer. Arikado has a new video. Let's go watch it. The anti-Miyabi is killing Zenless.
1.4 of Zenless Zone Zero.
Oh boy! I would hope they kill the fucking game with fucking Miyabi. All right, let's take a good look at this. Alrighty, Proxy's Protocols. Let's take a look at Arikado Zodan's video about anti-Miyabi content is killing Zenless Zone Zero.
In version 1.4 of Zenless Zone Zero, Hoshimi Miyabi debuted as the game's first playable Void Hunter who has been dominating all forms of endgame content due to her insanely inflated damage output and brain-dead playstyle. Her very existence has not only choked the life out of any old and new ICE agents through guilt by association to her, but has also dramatically raised the power floor for all Anomaly agents going forward to prevent underperforming banner sales when compared to the all-ears Virgil clone. Vivian, Alice, and the Anomaly dedicated support Yuzuha were all scaled up in power with Miyabi in mind. Had she not existed, their power would have been much closer to the majority of the attack agent roster that's been lagging behind for ages. If you're wondering why Jane Doe and Bernice underperform when compared to their similar counterparts in Vivian and Alice, it's because Miyabi came out after Jane Doe and Bernice and raised the bar. Fast forward to version 2.1, and Anomaly has effectively become the only playstyle worth playing in Zenless Zone Zero. Attack agents could not be carried by Evelyn alone, and many people were not sold on Rupture beyond pulling Yi Zhuan either because they liked the character or as a speculative investment for when Rupture would eventually take off. All because they couldn't reel in the power of the katana-wielding Fox Theron. So when version 2.2 rolled around and the ZZZ team had to somehow convince players to pull for the dying archetype of attack agents, the only reasonable solution they could come up with was to throw the baby out with the bathwater and handicap the entire team combinations of Anomaly and select agents just to knock Miyabi down a peg. This culminated in the disastrous public reception that was the 2.2 Deadly Assault rotations, that god-awful attacker buff, and the Defiler boss. I want to dissect each of the bosses that debuted in the first rotation of Deadly Assault from 2.2 from my perspective to give an idea of just how dog shit this was all for me. For context, I was someone who had owned every single Anomaly agent. My attack agents were only a Mindscape 2 Ellen Zhou, a Zhu Yuan, and a Haramasa, but with no Qingyi and no Trigger to support the latter two's burst DPS playstyle, and I had no Rupture agents to speak of. Now, I know some of you are already telling me I was being greedy and stupid for putting all my investment into Anomaly agents, but let me remind you, aside from Evelyn, Attack did not have a leg to stand on. Ambi was garbage and was the fastest character to be buffed in modern Hoyoverse history, and Hugo had to compete with Yi Zhuan and every revealed version 2 character for your polls. So why the hell would I take that risk on the stun gauge eating vampire? Without further delay, let's look at the bosses. The Miasma Priest, the Miasmic Fiend, and the Defiler. First up, we have the Miasma Priest, Hoyoverse's first offense of anti-Miyabi content. This enemy has a mechanic that gets increased resistance to anomaly buildup every time they swap phases. It can only be cleansed once halfway into the fight after stripping their miasma shield, but that doesn't stop them from reapplying the effect throughout the remainder of the fight. Right off the bat, every anomaly character is suffering Miyabi's long-standing stranglehold on the meta, and if you're a big Ellen Zhou fan like me, you can't use her either because of the ice resistance. I didn't have too much issue with the Miasma Priest when they debuted in version 2.0 and their total HP was much smaller, as I could still brute force Anomaly so long as I had Yuzuha in the team. But as we also saw a big increase in HP inflation at the start of version 2.2, I couldn't just get by anymore with half an Anomaly team. This was only made worse by the second boss, the Miasmic Fiend, the least offensive boss on this list, as it just asks for a dedicated Anomaly team. And since I had every Anomaly character, I thought this would be just fine. But that did not turn out to be the case. You see, you would think that because it was weak to Anomaly, I could just slot in a weaker character and save my stronger agents for the Priest. Unfortunately, the Miasmic Fiend is resistant to fire, so Bernice, an objectively weaker Anomaly agent, could not be put here, and I needed someone to better fit the element lineup. Jane Doe could have worked had I put her in monophysical, but again, that would leave me with no strong option against the Priest. And again, since the Fiend wants an Anomaly team, my Ellen Zhou just wasn't gonna cut it. And finally, we have the Defiler, an anti-Anomaly, anti-Miyabi, anti-Ice abomination that set the ZZZ community on fire. I'm sure you've already heard enough about her invincibility phases, so don't worry, that is not my focus of the discussion at all. My focus on the discussion is Hoyoverse's sheer audacity to balance a boss with so many countermeasures that effectively tells any Anomaly player to shove a hand grenade up their ass and pull the pin on it. Right off the bat, we have a hard 25% reduction to all Anomaly damage, because why ease players out of the Anomaly meta you've cultivated for more than half of the game's lifespan when you could just give them a massive fuck you? Secondly, we have her Tsunami mechanic. The massive blade you have to break to create a protective barrier is immune to any and all Anomaly buildup. If your Anomaly characters don't do enough raw damage, you have to say goodbye to one of your agents for the second half of the fight. Yes, it is possible to brute force this with anomaly teams, but we're not talking about the Defiler and
You know that thing is actually weak to ice, right? After fucking beating my head again for 4 days against Hugo, that was the one thing I realized about that fucking spear. That spear is weak to fucking ice. A fucking character that is ice resistant, its fucking attack is weak to fucking ice.
a vacuum as an anomaly account. We're talking about the Defiler in a lineup of 3 bosses where all 3 of them have individual circumstances that demands that I have to bring strong anomaly characters from my roster. All the while, my Ellen Joe that I've hyper-invested the hell out of can't be used anywhere because we cannot just admit that Miyabi was a mistake and just let her go.
爱莲作为开服的角色，对很多玩家以制作组来说都有很大
Okay,
的
yeah,
激励
okay, so it's just neutral to
希
everything.
望老玩家能在这一次强化中获得好的体验，也希望新玩家能看到我们对角色的持续投入和诚意。
What a load of bullshit.
So, some of you might be asking, well, did you still 9-star clear? Yes, I did. After several hours and struggling to make anything work, I said screw it and threw a Nekomata wheelchair out and somehow pulled the 21k out of my ass. Just as a quick side note, I can't do this anymore in the current rotation as the HP inflation has gone up. I'm sure I could probably do it if I put more effort into it, but I'm not looking to spend 4 days and 20 plus hours to do that. Hi, this is me during the editing process. So I was trying to ponder why I could get the Nekomata team to clear at the time, but I couldn't brute force as easily with my anomaly teams, and I found out why. So I found the buffs that was part of that 2.2 Deadly Assault rotation, and the middle buff, which is supposed to kind of be anomaly, doesn't have an all-encompassing anomaly proficiency buff on it, which made it more problematic for me to brute force my teams across any of the anomaly resistant content, but it allowed the Nekomata team to shine because of the physical damage. So yeah, just wanted to add a little note here that the one anomaly buff we had to work with is also just complete dog shit. So, if you 9-star cleared, what's the problem? Look, I have nothing wrong if the ZCC team wants to diversify the Deadly Assault enemy lineup to cater to the 3 DPS archetypes we have now in Zenless Zone Zero. But you have to ease players into that transition. You can't just have an anomaly meta that started taking root all the way back in version 1.1, maintain its dominance throughout the entirety of the game all the way to version 2.1, and then just flip the switch on everybody. And if you thought the anti-Miyabi content wasn't done yet, we have the upcoming Wandering Hunter in future Deadly Assault resets. So, you might be asking, the Wandering Hunter is weak to ice. How is it anti-Miyabi content? Simple. The Wandering Hunter cannot be frozen using the ice attribute anomaly. It only deals the bulk damage from the shatter effect. This was likely done to hard counter Miyabi's mono ice meta, as the mono ice team does a majority of its damage during a stun window, and the freeze anomaly effect pauses the stun timer duration to maximize the team's damage output. And just as a quick refresher for anyone who possibly doesn't play ice teams all that much, the freeze effect from anomaly buildup in all previous endgame content is balanced by only being usable against ice weak bosses. Otherwise, you only get the shatter damage on the ice neutral and ice resistant bosses. Sacrifice Bringer is an ice weak boss from version 1.4 and can be frozen. Pompeii is an ice neutral boss from version 1.2 and cannot be frozen. Miasma Priest is an ice resistant boss from version 2.0 and cannot be frozen. And the Wandering Hunter is an ice weak boss in the current version of 2.3 but cannot be frozen. Freeze is an integral part to the identity of the freeze attribute anomaly and sets it apart from the other elements. Ellen Joe is an agent whose damage is backloaded into the end of her basic attack combo or basic/EX special loop if you have Mindscape 2. So being able to freeze a boss gives her some much needed breathing room to complete her combos. As for Hugo, freezing a boss during a stun period pauses the stun timer, which is incredibly strong as Hugo's totalized mechanic scales with the remaining timer on the enemy's stun period. Ellen herself also greatly benefits from a prolonged stun duration. So, To recap everything up to this point, Hoyoverse has cultivated an anomaly-focused meta for almost the entirety of Zenless Zone Zero's lifespan that peaked with the release of Miyabi and was perpetuated by additional anomaly agents after her release that continued to outdo the attack agent roster. Hoyoverse then tried to pull a fast one on us and make a complete 180 and thought they could get away with it, releasing multiple bosses in such a short time span that targeted the entire archetype with extreme prejudice, while at the same time screwing over fans of Ice agents not named Miyabi who were caught in the crossfire. As far as I'm concerned, Ice as an element is already 1 foot in the grave if they continue to try to push back against Miyabi. If you're someone who's pulling for the upcoming Yadari, I have a question to ask. Why are you? Because outside of waifu-related reasons, you are actively investing into a character who's part of an element that is currently under attack by the ZZZ development team. She wouldn't even make for a good agent for Rupture-focused Deadly Assault content, because even though there's only 2 bosses right now for Rupture agents, she already can't fight the Miasma Priest because of the aforementioned ice resistance.
So the guy that did this right here, he also did paintings and artistry of women being pleasured by an octopus. So this has been going on for a while. It really is. Remember what I said. That's crazy.
And it's only going to get worse if Hoyo continues the crusade against the mistakes they themselves made when balancing Miyabi for her release during what was supposed to be an attempt at a soft relaunch of Zenless Zone Zero. If no one else will say it, then I will. Hoyoverse, you're not being sly, you're not being subtle, we know what you're trying to do. Either nerf Miyabi already, or just leave it be and move on. I'm tired of having my favorite character being dragged through the mud by this stupid ass girl. Because at this rate, this cycle is going to repeat itself with every single hyped up character. I will put money down that in a year from now, we will start seeing content attempting to hard counter Rupture and Ether because of Yi Zhuan, especially now after the release of Lucia. And with Ye Xuanwang on her way, you better pray to God she doesn't share an archetype or element with your favorite character. Otherwise, they're next.
It's assumed that they're going to be physical. I think, honestly, we have to see what happens. I will say that, you know, during 2.2 with the boss rotations that was happening, Ice got fucked hard, okay? And even I think I said it back then, like, the one thing that was, like legitimately at that time that was kind of shitty is that every single boss, not only just Anomaly fucking was the stop, it was Miasma Fiend, it was Miasma Priest, it was Defile, every fucking thing was just ice resistant. It was just like, holy shit. It was, you had even Miasma Priest that, Miasma Fiend that was going against fucking goddamn Miyabi and shit. It's just like, holy shit, this is just kind of fucking shitty. But, again, I agree that they should have, you know, somewhat softly, you know, help the players out to a degree to be like, hey, look, we're going to go ahead and, you know, softly cater more to this, but we're not going to go ahead and take away all your Miyabi love and your Ice Age love. But I mean, at the same point in time, I mean, I kind of like the fact that they just ripped the Band-Aid. Like, in general, character, like,
That's the thing. The characters are going to suffer. It's just that right now, Miyabi is suffering. Ice Agents are suffering. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just being dumb. Maybe I'm being dumb to say that, like, I feel like even with, like, Pompey and all the other characters, the thing, like, it feels like last year was made where you really wanted to play fucking Ice Agents. Like, if I look at a lot of the fucking Deadly Assault bosses, I look at a lot of the content that was around, it felt like, you know, even Ellen Joe had back then Marinette twins. Like, let me go take a look at all the fucking bosses. Let me go take a look at all that shit, right? Let's go pull up the Hush. Maybe I'm wrong. I gotta go take a look. Hakushin. Go pull up the Hakushin. I don't care. I don't care about WUWA. Go to fucking CC. Go to enemy creatures. Miyabi can deal with that. I never fought this boss. Seen it. Never fought it. Let's go to Deadly Assault. Let's go all the way from the beginning. Let's look at everything from the absolute beginning. Let's see. Bringer, Miyabi, Ellen Joe. Soul. Soul. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Vega. Dog was getting into shit that he wasn't supposed to get into. Like, none of this. Yeah, they cultivated it because, I mean, Bringer, Pompey. I mean, if you think about it, to be completely fucking honest, with the exception of the new bosses, like, what problems does Ellen, Joe, Hugo, and Miyabi have?
like practically since DA has been started, there's not enough bosses for fucking rotation to really captivate. Like, the game's only a fucking year old. And I'm just realizing this, like, the bosses in particular. Ice, ice, ice. That's fire, that's electric. But in all honesty, I've seen people, I've done it myself with fucking Pompey, with fucking Miyabi, with fucking Elle and Joe. Like, that's a fucking joke. They could have since 2.0, like, really slowly did that grind of like trying to engage people into trying to go into it. But it wasn't until 2.2 until they actually ripped the band-aid off and put fucking 3 fucking bosses that fucking Miyabi was really going to struggle against. And even then, Miyabi still clears this. I don't think it's that bad. I think that you have to let the devs cook, and I think you have to accept the fact that there needs to be more bosses to have more of a fucking better rotation. To where there could be like a ice fucking boss, there could be the new bosses they're putting in. Like, I don't like right now I'm trying to see the problem. Like, I'm really forcing myself to look at this and see exactly the problem. And the problem I'm seeing in particular is that some of the agents of the past feel like they might have gotten fucked. Like, Jane Doe's fucked here. I'll fucking use Jane Doe, for example. Jane Doe's not fucked here, but Jane Doe's not going to perform as good as Miyabi against that. I still think Miyabi would fucking perform better than Jane Doe there from back then. Like, I think, like, yeah, like, I think they cultivated that Ice was, like, legitimately the best for last year. Ice characters, Miyabi, stuff like this. Ice was probably the best fucking investment you could fucking do. And then this year, Ice isn't. It's Rupture. It's the live service game shit. Wandering Hunter can't be Let's be fucking honest here. Can I be fucking completely honest about that? I had this conversation on the Discord, and a majority of people who fucking play Miyabi don't fucking play Miyabi. Like, I'm gonna hold on to that one. Like, a lot of people that I see that talk about Miyabi and talk about how great fucking Miyabi is and how much Miyabi has fallen off and everything are not people who fucking play Miyabi. They press buttons with Miyabi and they get results. Like, the way I've saw, and one of the reasons why I don't play fucking Miyabi, the reason why I don't have Caesar in the account, there's reasons why, like, certain characters I don't particularly care for, is that, oh, anti-Miyabi. Miyabi I don't see people managing the fucking like. There's like one or two fucking Miyabi players that I've seen that fucking play Miyabi like it's a fucking goddamn fucking god. That is managing every stack. That is managing and is preparing for every single stun for those freeze windows and shit like this. And the actual people who I see that, you know, are quote unquote Miyabi fans that play Miyabi don't learn that shit. They just press buttons and they win and they get a fucking high score and they're happy. Like, hot take there. You might disagree with me, but I feel like a lot of the Miyabi players who play Miyabi don't play Miyabi. They just heard, and it's one of the biggest things that even I heard, is like, hey, you want Miyabi on your team because Miyabi is the strongest fucking character. There is no content in the game that Miyabi is weak to. And then all of a sudden 2.0 comes out and it's like with the miasma shield and everything else, oh, this is a Miyabi check, you know, this is to stop Miyabi. And then people are upset. Jesus Christ. Flex, I didn't realize you were what the fuck? You became a proxy? What the fuck, bro? You became a member? Why, man? Your Discom community group is just stupid. Check Aricado's chat. Wait, what? I'm looking at Discord. I don't see nothing. Oh, you want to have a chat? Sure, we can have a chat. I mean, I got to go to bed soon in like an hour or so. Let me turn Discord on the right computer. I'm just saying, like, when it comes down to it, the people who I see that, like, when they talk about a Miyabi check and they're upset, don't even play fucking Miyabi. It's just, they heard Miyabi was a great fucking character. It is known as Miyabi was a great character, but they just press buttons and they succeed. And it's great. And then you see someone like Yoji or something who's playing Miyabi that's legitimately doing things with Miyabi, that this is a motherfucker that is like perfecting Miyabi. There's a whole different way of playing the character. You can just call me whatever you want. All right, sir. What you gonna bitch at me on? What did I say wrong?
Bitch? No, I was actually kind of curious. You said you thought Ice was the best before version 2?
A lot of people remarked that, yes.
I think Fire actually might be better, in my opinion. I think Fire has the overall better list of agents before version 2.
Really?
And Lycon, but I'd say every other Ice character before 2 was is like interchangeable with like anyone else, like Ellen, Hugo, Sokaku. You could interchange that with like any other DPS or support. Especially Sokaku, because Mono Ice didn't develop until like version 2. Yeah, like nobody. I'm talking about this if we just like leave Mono Ice out for a second.
Right.
I think version 2, like you had Evelyn, you have Lighter, you have Lucy, who's just the easiest, right up there with Nicole in terms of like easiest support to use. Bernice was also still holding on pretty strongly before the end of version 2. I'd say Fire would be pretty good. People say Coletta has their uses. I'm still trying to find it.
Coletta, her use for is basically she builds up the stun bar really fucking fast.
I would say either Fire or Ether, because Ether has Astra, Yao, Nicole, and Vivian.
Well, I'm just looking at like the bosses in term, like in all honesty, with the beginning of the bosses.
Or you just talk about Matt. You just talk about Deadly, or you talk about it in the context of Deadly Assault.
Talk about the context of Deadly Assault.
I'd say Ether, honestly, because Ether, it's all supports. It was all supports, and then Ju won.
True.
Like you're not using them for the Ether damage. You're just using them to supplement the on-field agent. And
yeah,
I would argue to an extent, Vivian in a way is kind of like a support in that matter, because I believe her damage is she amplifies, or her damage scales with the element effect. I think Vivian's like a pseudo support for Anomaly, in my opinion. I think a lot of people slept on Vivian.
I'm sleeping on I'm sleeping on Vivian right now.
Motherfucker.
Like what do I got? I think I gave her a little bit of a boost here in building. Like I think she's only level 20.
How about a little late night adventure? Come to the seaside with me, Lord Phaethon.
Yeah, she's only level 20 with a 0 level weapon and no disc and not built at all.
You were talking earlier before you watched my video, and I think you also had these similar remarks last night. Is the idea that everyone has like very varying experiences with Zenless Zone Zero, which then creates varying opinions that then get broadcasted out there. That was like for the most part the intent of my video. Even though obviously like I did speak in absolutes in some regards. I do think how they're trying to knock Miyabi down a peg was not a good approach, or
I can agree with that,
because the approach is using a sledgehammer in place of a scalpel. Now I don't know how you would intricately knock Miyabi down without knocking other people down, but as someone who started playing the game because I saw Ellen Jo and her promotional material, and I thought she sold me on the idea of ZZZ as a world, and just also as a character from an aesthetic standpoint was very cool. And I also just like her characterization, how you think like she's a delinquent, but really she's just kind of just a more listless individual who actually does have friends. And also like her personal struggles are also just not, I have a dead family or anything. It's just more relatable stuff, such as like friends and family learning secrets about you that you might not want them to learn about. So having Ellen being constantly compared to by every single like major content creator whenever bringing up Miyabi, even though I have fought repeatedly to say that Ellen and Miyabi are not the same, given of course that there's archetype differences, but it didn't really matter, because at the end of the day, all that matters is they share an element and there's one person does more damage. And then you've also got the situations with Bringer and reclassed Butcher at his peak. You played the event with Yadari, right? Where it elaborates on her character.
I haven't gone through that yet.
Okay, I'll save my jokes for another time then. But you have these situations where there are Ice Week bosses, but they are anomaly leaning. Like you can still I need to also contextualize. I don't own Lighter. I did not see the value in Light. I did not see the value in Yanagi or Lighter. And I would bank on a lot of people not seeing the value in Lighter until like after people started having the chance to play around with him, and some people might have gone back and got him before the banner rolled over in version 1.4. But I'd wager that a lot of people who slept on Lighter probably did not get a chance to pull for him. I was one of those people. So my options were Ellen and Lycon, and I didn't get Astra Yao when she came out, because I was trying to get M2 Ellen Jo to get that ability where she can segue into her EX Special 2 through a basic attack 3, so she has a better flow state and she has more options in combat. So I didn't have Astra Yao. I was running Ellen, Lycon, and Sokaku non-mono ice for non-Miyabi mono ice for a while. So after version 2 rolled around, then I got my hands on an Astra Yao, but by then, the expectation for an Ellen team was to have Lighter at that point after he had another rerun. So I was just kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel, just trying to get through content while Miyabi was just doing just fine. And by the time 2.2 rolled around, I was just at my wit's end with being lagged strung along because of Miyabi, and then finally hitting a brick wall because they decided to go after Miyabi, and they had no desire to try and do it in a subtle manner, and I felt very frustrated. And to top it all off, of course, also I had an all anomaly account. Now, to be fair, I didn't pull all anomaly with the intent of just for meta sake. I pulled all anomaly because I liked all the anomaly characters. I was focused on pulling Ellen, so I didn't get Evelyn. I wanted Vivian, so I didn't get Hugo. And I liked Alice and Yusaha. I think there's some of the better designs and versions too. So I just so happened to just stumble in a situation where my account was all anomaly. And I don't think it's unfair to say that there will be many people who have been put in that similar situation, especially given like the aforementioned situations of, you know, Soldier Ambi not really being like a hyped up character. I think they did a poor job of like hyping up Ambi as a character or like building up. I think the Soldier Zero Ambi came way too soon and people weren't really hyped up or ready for it, especially right after Miyabi. And I think Evelyn did a good job. I think Hugo was just put in a rough spot and was just definitely a filler character. And before that, we have like Zhu Yuan, where if you don't pull Qingyi, then as far as I'm aware, I was talking to EO about this. If you don't pull Qingyi, then Zhu Yuan just can't really do anything. My Zhu Yuan is my least used character. Like if I could refund a character, I would have refund Zhu Yuan. So I do think Attack was in a really bad spot. Everyone's trying to come up with these reasons why 2.2 was one of the worst selling months in Zizu history. In my opinion, they're looking into it too much. It's just simple. Attack was just in low demand because nobody wanted to pull Attack.
Pretty much.
But I did pull Trigger and her W engine on the rerun. And I also got my hands on an Evelyn, of course, so I have much better coverage now. I didn't mention this in my video, but I don't know how much Wandering Hunter you fought in any form of content, but the Wandering Hunter is incredibly hyper aggressive. I think how they intend to make Rupture focused enemies going forward is they're going to be hyper aggressive to the point where you need to use Rupture not for like its sheer force or anything, but because they have like they're very tanky and they're just supposed to just super armor their way through like very aggressive enemies. Because every time the way Ellen works, if you have M2, is you want to at least get your basic attack combo off, and then loop into a never-ending EX special, and then normal 3 if you have M2. But he's constantly throwing out attacks like every 2 seconds, so I either have to dodge or get hit. And then there's also the delayed projectiles that he sometimes deploys when he does an attack. And I was just getting my weekly materials from fighting Wandering Hunter, and I just thought, this is annoying. Like I can't set up for anything. I have to literally wait for a stun, or if I really wanted to just be uninterrupted, I would whip out a Caesar, but Caesar's just not good. So if an Ice Week enemy comes out and it's anomaly leaning, then my Ellen is going to be underperform. If an Ice Week enemy comes out and it's Rupture leaning, it's likely going to have a lot of unrelenting attacks. So my Ellen can't set up her like her height or her backloaded damage. I'm very curious to see what'll happen with Wandering Hunter when he actually shows up in Deadly Assault, and I'm curious if the defense shred is actually going to be I think this is like the first time we're having like an actual enemy in the game that has like a high base defense. I don't think I'm pretty sure Miasma Priest didn't have as much high defense as I was anticipated, or at least it didn't have a buff that said this enemy literally just has like 40% increased defense or something. So I think Wandering Hunter might be the first one in that regard. So it'll be interesting to see if we can just kind of ignore that with characters like Nicole, with characters like Trigger, with Signature W engine.
Actually,
hold on.
So the Wandering Hunter's base defense is going to be by 40% when he's in the miasma field. When agent hits the Wandering Hunter with an assist follow-ups or dodge counter, 1 stack of wavering is applied. Wavering gets stacked up to 5 times, lasting 15 seconds. Repeated triggers reset the duration. When the agent attacks the Wandering Hunter, each stack of wavering, the agent's sheer damage is increased by 7%.
Also, you've been talking about how a lot of people complained about Pompeii. How people didn't like doing the defensive assist on Pompeii. I don't think it's from like a discussion of skill. I think it's from a discussion of like flow state, because when you have to stop to do a parry, you have to like abruptly stop whatever on field time you had with your DPS and then swap over to a non DPS and get the parry off. And sometimes some agents just have some pretty like needlessly long parry animations. And then you need to swap back, and that also can like screw with buff uptime and like proper like damage rotations and stuff like that.
Right,
Even though I think ZCC is a bit more free flow in that regard, you still kind of want to go in some sort of flow state.
Well, what I was getting at with Pompeii is in like Dead End Butcher and stuff like this. There's people that I've seen that when I was first playing everything else, and people I talked to, they were having these complaints about the performance points, about how fucking bad it is to get the performance points on these bosses. That they like the bosses, they like to fight the boss, but a lot of them were suffering getting 5k performance points, and that's why, like I was saying,
just one moment. Makes 100 sense. I do not own Hugo's W engine, so I would not be able to test it on Ellen. All right, so here's a thing I'm sure chat will like criticize me over, but in my personal opinion, I always build my characters in gacha games using their intended gear designed by the developers, because I want to experience these characters the way the developers intended them to within like their niche play styles. So if I use a character like Ben Bigger, I'm going to be using his W engine. If I'm using a character like Ellen Joe, I'm using his W engine. If I'm using Sotra 11, I'm going to use her W engine, even if I have an Evelyn W engine, because I want to experience these characters the way the developers intended them to. I know that sounds stupid to some of you, but also I just don't like the idea that a character's signature W engine is not their best option. I don't like that. I don't like that idea. That idea that can happen.
Waking up at 8.
no, I understand. I mean,
Hugo's is good for defense shred. Well, I have triggers, so I don't have to worry about defense shred.
Let's make a grand entrance.
Only thing I'm gonna say when it comes down to W engines and everything else is the only character I realized that their W engine actually fucking sucks is gonna be Lycons. Ever since I made the change to Steampot on Lycon does a hell of a lot better of a job, and I don't understand why his W engine feels bad.
Because they were trying to make him like a DPS stun hybrid. If you look at his copies, a lot of them is like damage leaning.
Yeah.
I don't know why they try to do this. If people are going to use a stun agent, they want to stun the enemy. Do you think there's a possibility? Do you think not enough people are talking about like how stun has gone through the meta? Like I've seen people occasionally bring up how like some enemies have like low stun durations, or like higher stun accumulation needed before you can get a stun off.
What do you mean by that? Like just people in general not talking about it?
Do you think people aren't? Do you think there's a possibility that stunners are getting stunners are taking longer to do their job? But not a lot of people are calling it out.
I never thought about it.
Because we now have Jafufu. Like Jafufu and Trigger are like the most recent stunners, and they're aftershock. So they do their job. A lot of their job can be done when they're not the active character. So so you can focus on managing your damage while your DPS is out. And it just feels like dedicated stunners where you're just supposed to on field them the whole time. I think Chingy is a good I think Chingy is like the poster child for this. I just don't think that I just don't think right now the ZZZ team really wants or encourages players to just to play on field stun, which I think is kind of a shame. I think stunners should in a way be their own like pseudo DPS archetype, where people should be encouraged to have play styles where they literally exclusively sit on their stunner and then just load all of their damage just into a stun period. Like with a character like WUWA, obviously, like that was the intent of WUWA, is you only bring her out during a stun period because of her limited ammunition and her 40% damage increase to stunned enemies. But I've been talking with my brother, and he's been saying multiple times about this. This guy owns like an M2 W1 WUWA and then like an M2 or an M3 W1 Shingy, and he keeps talking about how he's struggling to get like decent times. And I'm gonna trust him that he knows what he's doing. You know, I'm not gonna call out his skill or anything. I trust he knows what he's doing.
No, I get it.
Because we're getting to like the feature, not the power creep per se, but the feature creep where agents need to do more than just like 2 things. They need to do like upwards of 4 or more things to be warranted of use.
I mean, like I said, I like, to me right now, the game's only. I'm not trying to defend like, bad practices or anything else, but I still feel like ZZZ in general is still finding its way, and it's only a year old. And I'm trying to figure the wording for this.
Yeah, but I can understand. Like, I agree with you that ZZZ hasn't been around for that long, but it's also important to remember that because this is a gacha game, depending on what decisions they make, those decisions can be irreversible. Like if they decide to push the meta in one direction, and they do that by releasing characters that are designed in a certain way, they can't backtrack on that if it becomes too problematic.
True. But
like the only solution is that they have to rework characters, not buff, rework some characters to work in the new environment that ZZZ exists within. Like I think characters like Rena need a rework. I think pen ratio is too obscure of an effect, and obviously she just lost out to Nicole. Straight up. And also, pen ratio doesn't really matter anymore when you could just use rupture characters. I think you know what I think we need? What I think we need is a standard 5-star rupture character. We need a character to come out that's standard 5-star to bridge the gap. We've got 4-star with Monato. Now we need a standard 5-star to bridge the gap. That's our standard 5-star rupture leading character. Also, if they're gonna buff Soldier 11, I think they should maybe buff Soldier 11 to work as to facilitate dual attacker playstyle. It would already work since she's new Eridu Defense Force, so that means that she can better synergize with Seed and Orpheomangus as well. But she could also maybe a bit more flexible to work with other characters to act as a bridging of the gap to not Seed and not Orpheomangus. That's what I think. I want to ask you a question, by the way. I've had this on my mind, and I was thinking if I wanted to make a video on this or not. Do Do you mind elaborating on what you mean, on what you and several people mean when they say HP inflation is not a problem? Do you mind like elaborating on that? I have my own theory of what you guys mean by that, but I want to hear it from your perspective.
When it comes down to HP inflation, we don't think it's more like, for me, I don't think it's much of a big deal right at this moment. Like, because when it comes down to different types of resources, like with new drive disk and everything else, before I look at HP inflation, for example, for myself being an issue, I look at different things of, is my build pretty much at the right build? Am I actually going in the right direction? Do I have the defined team, in the sense? Do I have not a premium team, but is my team good enough to go through the contents, different things? Because, not trying to give shade to another content creator, but like, we looked at a content creator who is straight up saying like HP inflation is a big issue, that it's toxic positive with ZZZ and everything. But when you look at their account, they only have Miyabi built. Every other character is not even F. They don't have drive discs. Some of their drive discs, for example, are E. They didn't bother. They grind it one time. They put some disc on it. They were done. They only focused on Miyabi. And this is where like a lot of the situation to where like, you know, I sit here like with Monoto. I go ahead, I build up Monoto. I'm going ahead, every now and then I go grind out more disc and everything. And I've just replaced a couple of discs tonight with him that are better discs for him, that gives him better performance. Right now, I don't think, unless otherwise your team is at 100% built, and I mean like you got everything at 12 skill, you're completely done, your character's at F, your disc drives are at the best of the best that you're in, because nobody's character is going to be in the top 10%. There's always going to be something you can improve until you're able to reach that ceiling to a certain degree, to where there's not much of a ceiling gap no more with the character, with the team building. HP inflation is not directly an issue, especially when there is newer units that come out. Now, I know like some people like will probably disagree with me on this, but like Yuzuha is a great team member that helps benefit Jane Doe, that helps benefit Miyabi, that makes them better. That is also another premium choice, which helps defend that agent against HP inflation. The buffs can be considered a situation as well, to a certain point, to be a way against HP inflation. But I don't see particularly like we're at a point where HP inflation is something right now as an issue, where even like this DA, I was saying this before, if you, a couple of weeks before 2.3 came out, the Butcher was at 161 million in the beta on its HP. After they went through all the checks, after they went through all the balances and everything, they dropped that thing down to 131. Because they
went up though, yes?
It still went up, but it dropped drastically from what they wanted to. And it's going to go back up apparently, because the next beta on it's 159. They're still trying to balance out what is the content. If you are a person, I'll say it like this, HP inflation is an issue for a person, I would say, that is strictly trying to run just Jane Doe without actually upgrading the character, without actually trying to pull like characters that would benefit the team. Like if you're just trying to stick with Seth, Jane Doe, maybe like Nicole or something, and you're not even putting the new drive disc on Nicole, and you're just trying to, you did that one build back in 1.0 and you left it like it is, maybe HP inflation is an issue for you. But
we'll see. I usually I don't touch unless like a disk drive comes out that's like an objective improvement over it. We're talking Moonlight Lullaby. If a disc set that comes out that's like Moonlight Lullaby's level of a improvement, I usually don't touch or improve my discs. even if it's like for min-maxing substats, primarily the reason why that is, and I think a lot of casuals would probably relate to this, is that because I want to start shifting my resources towards preparing for the next character that's going to come out that I want to pull for.
Right.
And that's kind of, and I think that's a problem with all of the big four gacha games, is that the idea of vertically investing through gear is not necessarily an issue. It's that it can potentially take away from your ability to be prepared for when the next character comes out. And in my opinion, I think that's kind of a reasonable thing. Like the only time I min-max gear is when I literally have nobody to build right now, and when I literally have nobody in mind that I'm going to be pulling for soon. And that very rarely happens. Like I've never really felt that way in Genshin. I never felt that way in Honkai Star Rail. I never felt that way in ZZZ. I never felt that way in Wuthering Waves. There was always somebody that I was preparing, that I was getting ready to pull for in like weeks to a month. So, and I don't want to get ahead of the curve, because I wanted that character done and ready by either day one or like the first 2 to 3 days. So that puts me in a position where I can't really stop to focus on my other characters, because whether you're building discs, whether you're building gear for an upcoming character or a character you already have, that is very time consuming. Ideally, if you want to like do a massive like gear leveling session, you need to amass a lot of reserve material for crafting. You need to amass a lot of discs that you're bracing yourself to see what they get, and you need to amass a lot of gear leveling up XP material and a lot of money. It's a very long process to gather all that stuff, and then you can just walk away with nothing. I think the best example of this is when I played Genshin Impact, and in version 1.2, they released a character called Tartaglia, 1.1, they released a character called Tartaglia, who was a water DPS, and in 1.2, they released a dungeon that was supposed to be like, that had gear that was for water DPS characters. I farmed that dungeon for water gear for 2 entire patches, and I did not walk away with anything that could get my Tartaglia to be like within a reasonable boundary. Like, you can get screwed that hard, and you then also have to juggle that with any characters that you see on the horizon that you want to get your hands on.
Okay.
Back on the original topic. So I want to give my perspective on this, on like the comment of HP inflation is an issue. So every time I hear HP inflation is not an issue, I always hear it from people who spend a lot of time playing ZZZ, whether that they're a hardcore player or they're a content creator. And I think it's important to understand that there's already kind of a disconnect there between the casuals who complain about the HP inflation and the content creator. So, if I were to have a perspective as a casual, and to an extent I am kind of a casual, because I look at these people that do like these really good clears and stuff, and my first instinct is to think about the possibility of there being like a disconnect between my account and theirs. Like either they pulled for extra copies, or they maybe went all out on like getting specific gear, or they just have these weirdly insane techniques that they're doing that I'm not really aware of, or that I'm like in a position where I can't really take advantage of. So when I hear like a professional ZZZ player say something along the lines of HP inflation isn't a problem, I'm reading between the lines from my perspective. Even if you're not intending anything to be read between the lines, what I interpret when I hear HP inflation isn't an issue is that what's actually being said is, if HP inflation isn't an issue to people who we deem are ready for endgame. So, like, there's a double meaning to it. HP inflation isn't an issue, and if it is an issue, then you're one of the people we've deemed who can't be in endgame content right now.
Well, the thing is that, okay, the thing about saying like HP inflation for a casual player is not an issue is because, don't get me wrong, I understand that there's people out there who
they play Zenless Zone Zero. They don't play it, for 2 hours a day. They play it for 15 minutes to get on, to get off, and everything else. And the thing is that these are people who are going to hear and they're going to make comments, right? For example, like HP inflation is an issue. It's kind of like a person who plays, and I'm going to bring up like a different game style. This is something that I'll bring up, and I don't want to be mimic as I'm trying to sound like EO here or anything, but I do come from the FGC. I do come from fighting games. And it's like almost the same terminology to where you have a casual fighting game player that comes in that only wins like 2 out of the 10 matches they got in, and they don't know the basic fundamentals of the game. They don't understand their basic bread and butter combos. They don't understand what that character is supposed to be doing. They're just pressing buttons and they're just having fun, but they're not putting in all the effort to understand what is possible, what they can accomplish. So when you hear someone that says like HP inflation is an issue, and you're a person who relatively plays ZZZ that has more of a knowledge, more of a, like I said, the trifecta I would go with. There is going to be the skill check, there's going to be the knowledge check, and there's going to be the build check. There's some people, like I was saying before, their builds are not, they found a couple of discs, maybe one out of the 6 discs are a good disc. They didn't care. They put like defense on slot 5. They didn't bother to check a guide. They didn't bother to look at different things. They just said, hey, this is good enough. I'm good. I'm happy with it. This is the type of person that if they're complaining about HP inflation, that there's still more that they can do. It's the same thing that I would say to like back in the FGC with Guilty Gear, when you had a couple of people that did get upset that they're not winning their matches, but they're not doing the bread and butter combos of Soul Bad Guy, which you're not trying to lock down your opponent in the corner. You're not trying to do all this that Soul is supposed to do. You're just sitting there doing Tyrant Rave every time you get your meter. You're just sitting there doing Fafnir. You just want to see the flashy stuff. You don't want to actually put the effort into sitting in a lab for the next hour to perfect an entire combo and then utilize it. That's where, like, I would say, like, in HP, when it comes down to HP inflation, that it's still more of an accountability issue in some players that they don't have before they blame themselves, they want to blame the game. That's what it feels like.
Did you ever watch my second ever video when I first talked about Zenless Zone Zero and Power Creep?
Maybe a long time ago.
Yeah, because I was tackling, everyone was talking about specifically the HP inflation at the time. When I first jumped into the ring way back when, that's just 5 months ago. I was tackling the conversation from like a completely different perspective, where I was trying to make arguments that it's not necessarily the HP inflation, that's the issue. It's the idea that the game itself doesn't prepare players in one way or another to be ready for endgame. Whether it's getting lagged behind by bad gear rolls, or the game not properly having content that lets players maintain their current skill level or improve their current skill level, because it's just about like maybe like 20 to 30 minutes of end game content back at the time, and then that's it for like a week for one mode, and then another week for another mode. So there's a situation where as HP is slight or moderately increasing, player skill is not really going anywhere, because people aren't gonna sit in a mode that they've already claimed the rewards for. I think it's unreasonable to suggest people are just gonna sit in there and farm. And also, like, the training mode area is just so incredibly bare bones. Like, they need to do something about that. And then there was also the lack of enemy information, which, by the way, at the start of this patch, they updated the enemy glossary so that they have 2 tabs, one for enemy information and then one for lore. I'll take credit for that one, thank you.
No, I think ZZZ devs are realizing that, let me put it this way. They're realizing right now that a lot of their player base is not in terms good in the sense of finding information, going looking for information. So they're casual players. It's just like, okay, you see how you're describing like there's an information gap, right, between the game to the player for them to get this information to understand what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about in like my attack versus anomaly series that I did.
Yeah,
the first one about how you should be playing your stunners, but the game doesn't show you that. The game just shows you all the rewards of stunning without like pondering like the negatives, because in the early game content you don't have to worry about timers too much or anything. So it trains you with bad habits.
Let me tell you like this, okay? Going back to fighting games here real quick, okay? Another game series that I've played that did the same thing. It did the same exact thing, was Guilty Gear, to where it did not tell you all the information you needed to know on how to perform. So even Tekken 7 does this, to where you don't have all the information to know of how to do the combos that you're supposed to perform. That this is something that game developers that nowadays they're trying better to casualize the game to try to give people this information, but it's something that is not just related in Gacha. In Guilty Gear, not too many people know, but there was shortcuts that you go into a tutorial section that's going to give you this 36 combination button that you're supposed to do, but in some cases you're actually supposed to know that you're supposed to do a shortcut here.
Isn't shortcut where like you go into the options and then there's like separate bindings for single press inputs that do more than one input? Is that what you're talking about?
No, what I'm talking about is that for example, in Guilty Gear you do an air dash, which you press up on the D-pad, for example, and you press left or right twice. You do an air dash, right? But in Guilty Gear, you can actually do an air dash, which is a shortcut, which makes it faster to do it, to actually perform these combos, where you basically press both the direction you're supposed to be going, up right or up left, however you want to do it. Like if you look at your number pad, we consider this the D-pad. Like up is for 8, down is 2, 4 is left and right for 6 and everything. If you double tap 9, which is going to be your upright, you do an air dash. So is
that from buffer? Is that maybe from like input buffering or something?
Right. You need to learn the different things like input bufferings. You need to learn different things. There is different things to where you can shortcut where you're supposed to do like a Shoryuken. You go 2, 3, 6 for a Shoryuken. You can actually go ahead and do a 3, 6. You can already be holding 1, 3, 6 to go ahead and actually do a DP. There's different little shortcuts that ends up happening that you can perform. And relatively, it makes these combos that look so eccentric easy. Tekken had a bunch of tutorials to learn these combo chains, but it never told you had to micro dash. You had to learn micro dashing was involved in this. The game has different components of like, it doesn't tell you everything that you need to know, and that is just for the player to figure out. Now, one of the case regards to this, and this is the reason why Arc System Works had this problem, and they did a whole entire interview on this, and this is the reason why they ended up hiring 2 professional players who played the game, was because they never intended this. They never intended these mechanics. It was never thought that this was even possible. That some players figured it out, some players found it, and that's how they created these combos and this. And then, the developers like, oh, let's put it in here. This is what they were doing. It's not what they were doing. So they ended up hiring 2 people in particular from Guilty Gear, 2 professional players, to come into the game to actually help teach the newer players how to play the game. And relatively, what can we cut out the game that would make it easier for a new player to understand?
I believe we might have had this conversation maybe 1 or 2 times, or might have overheard it.
So, like in the sense of like Zenless Zone Zero, Mono Ice, maybe the freeze mechanic, like what Miyabi could do with the Mono Ice team, was not something the devs ever intended.
Oh, absolutely not. I'm sure there's with a gacha game in particular. Oh, there's got to be dozens of things in each gacha game, unless it's like strictly turn-based that they did not intend you to do.
The problem is that they're not doing like what I don't feel that they're doing what Arc System Works would be doing. Is that when you or any like some general game developers would do is they don't excel in it. They're trying to reverse it by preventing you from doing it. So maybe the reason why, like, enemies are not freezing with the miasma shield no more is because they don't want people to break it. Because it was never an intended feature.
How you can once an enemy is in their animation where they're going to deploy a miasma shield, you can't get the stun off. You can't interrupt that with the stun. Yeah.
Right. So maybe that is kind of more or less like there's knowing, because here comes the problem. When players are going to come in here and you're going to have players who are going to be better than me, better than you, who's going to be sitting here for 15 hours a day playing Zenless Zone Zero, they're going to find all these little things that the devs left in without the devs knowing they left it in. And that's why
they lit the dodge counter that they added into the tutorial. That was literally like an unintended thing.
Right.
But they went out of the way and they just made a tutorial for it.
So there's some things I think they are embracing, but there's things I think that they're like Miyabi being nerfed in this sense. Like Mono Ice Team has been nerfed as hell with Miasma Shield with these bosses. Because they don't want that because that might break something. They don't want you to be able to do that. That's never what their intention was to begin with. I don't think it was. This is where, I guess, in game development, you're never going to make anyone fully happy, but what is the true intentions of what the developers are doing? What is going on? I don't know. I just when it comes into the conversations of different things with ZZ, like we're talking about like HP inflation and everything. We're coming into the talks of information. I think that maybe, to be more and honest, the information, the reason why there's lack of information here is because they never intended for some of these things to actually matter that much, to be part of what people want to know. So they're trying now to fix that. Or they're trying to nerf it. Or they're trying to do something because, again, players find... Heck, I mean, look, Street Fighter. The very first game of Street Fighter. Combos were never a fucking thing. It was never intended to have a combo meter. Someone figured out you could do 2 hits, you could do 3 hits, you could do 4 hits with the very first Street Fighter, and that's how combos were created. And then from there, Capcom and developers and everything took upon themselves to, oh, well, people figured this out. They have something that we never realized we never intended to be part of our coding. They broke the game. We like it. Let us adapt it. So maybe like the advanced tutorial, again, that was something that players figured out, players found with the advanced countering and such. That is something to which they're embracing. Maybe they're just not embracing Mono Ice. Again, when it comes down to it, like I said, and to go back to the original point of topic of this, when it came down to HP inflation, there's, again, a very subjective scenario. To me, I think that a casual player, I think that we all have our own definitions of where endgame should be at, what the goal of endgame should be. To some people out there, for a casual player, you should get 6 stars and you should be happy. To some yeah.
Sorry, I thought you finished. Did you see my video about how I would have personally fixed Deadly Assault?
I did not.
I don't know if you only watch my stuff on stream or if you sometimes watch my stuff off stream.
Typically, I only watch them when I'm on stream.
because unless I'm at work or something, because like those last couple of days I've been busy because I got high school drama shit going on, so I have not even been watching YouTube really when I'm at work right now like I used to for the last 2 weeks. I got 2 women right now that's fighting one another. But if you want to give me a quick synopsis of how you would fix DA. You still there? Is it me? My headset dead? My computer frozen? What's to fix? They know what they're doing. I mean, there's some things they can fix in Deadly Assault. There is some things that they could look at. One of the things I'm thinking that they should do is some things.
Oh, what happened? Hello?
Hello, there you are.
When did I cut out?
You asked me, did I watch your video? And then when you cut out is when, did you watch my video or do you only do it in a live stream? And I was talking about like, I haven't had a chance to watch it because recently I've been dealing with some stuff at work. So I haven't been watching YouTube at work.
Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, sorry. I was rambling the entire time about the video, but now that I'm back, I'm gonna do it over. I'm gonna do it over again. I thought you were listening to me passionately. Okay. All right, I'll do it again. So, Threshold Simulation has a score multiplier system where based on external conditions, you can then raise the base score multiplier for the finale, which is basically a Deadly Assault. Yes.
Yes.
So my idea was allow players to tick a separate box that is an expert mode, quote unquote. It increases the base multiplier of their score that they accumulate in the Deadly Assault. It doesn't really matter the value, just it gets more. But the trade-off is that enemies do moderately more damage, moderately or somewhere around there. But you also take away their ability to see yellow and red flash telegraphs. The idea of why I conceptualized something of this is I pondered for a second. What if like your average player can't get a 20k, but if they take this modifier, they can get a 20k, but they have to be on their A game. Like they can't be taking stray hits. They can't be taking too many stray hits, and they have to be able to understand what the boss is about to do and respond appropriately to it. So like that. They could get their 20k in like 2 minutes 30, and it like getting the score is not the hard thing. It's not dying that's the hard thing. So it trains them. It does. I think people would be more receptive to restarting if they had to restart it because they got hit. Like, oh shit, I got hit. Okay, I got hit too many times. I got like hit 2 or 3 times. My agent's dead. I got to restart now. I got to prepare for that attack. Instead, what we have right now is I screwed up my damage rotations. I didn't maximize my damage, or I didn't get like all of my performance points. So now I have to restart. I think it's more I think it's very upsetting that in Gacha game Endgame you don't lose because you die. You lose because the timer effectively ran out. I don't think that's interesting. Like, imagine you're playing a JRPG and your team is like at or slightly below like the recommended level for fighting like a final boss and something. You do the boss, you survive the boss's mechanics several times. So eventually you will win if you can maintain your team in that way. But and if you die, it's because you either failed the mechanics or your team was so like low in like gear and level that you couldn't do like a mechanic wrong once. But here, like, but instead you lose because like a certain amount of turns rolled over. That's why I find games like Honkai Star Rail Endgame to be so unsatisfying, is because I can do the mechanics. I just lose because a timer ran out. Like that's not compelling. I think it would be more compelling if you put players in a situation where they have to restart because of their own failures, not because of their shortcomings. I think a failure to dodge is different than a shortcoming of not having enough DPS. I just think it would be so cool if you get your 20k in 230, but you had to understand the boss, and then you have to survive the remaining like 30 seconds, assuming you still have agents alive. I think it would also solve the problem of defense agents, because then you could actually have a class of character that is supposed to tank a hit if you're not comfortable, or also, the reduced assist points from parrying, or even Caesar, Caesar's shield in like high difficulty battle tower eats one hit. So if you're constantly getting hit in high difficulty battle tower because you're not predicting the flashes, you're going to eat through Caesar's energy so fast that it doesn't matter if you have a shield or not, because once that's down, you can't stall death anymore because you're not good enough to be here.
I can see this, yeah.
Yeah, that's the. I wouldn't. Flex is referring to the. There was the ambush mode, the ambush node in Shiyu Defense, was that like one-time mode where enemies did like a shit ton of damage, and I think they had no flashes. But I also think in that mode if I recall correctly, in that mode there was no timer. Like I slapped on Big Ben and I just was doing like spam dodge counters. It was hilarious, but it wasn't. It was just a bit shy of, I think, compelling, but that's how I would fix the mode. I wouldn't raise the clock by 5 minutes. I wouldn't let players have more control over buffs. I would let players have control over a modifier that really tests their understanding of the boss's, not the boss's like key mechanic, like get a disorder at this time, or break this thing, or lure a AoE explosion into these puddles. I would test them on their ability to know what the boss is about to do and respond accordingly. Because during my time away, I did a lot of Battle Tower, and I initially was not a fan of all the the removal of telegraphs. But when I had like time to play more around with it, I found it a lot more interesting and compelling than losing because the timer ran out. I lost because I wasn't preparing for this boss. Now, I understand that ZZZ has like a few enemies that they don't telegraph themselves all that well. There's basically like this isn't Monster Hunter. You can't use like audio to telegraph what an enemy is about to do. You kind of have to go off of their physical motion. I think like an enemy like Marionette, where a lot of their model is just that big ass skirt, and you can't really, and sometimes it's hard to tell what they're doing based off of like their arms and legs, because of that like very weird model that can sometimes obscure what they're about to do. I think like also an enemy like a doppelganger Jangdo is also a good example of this, is because they're like so small, and they move very erratically that sometimes you just can't predict them. But an enemy like Pompeii, you can absolutely tell he's about to bitch smack you with that massive sword without a telegraph. So why not put players in a situation where they have to rely on understanding at what point during the sword swing they need to parry, rather than relying on a flash. I think Pompeii would be like a great demo for the idea of like an expert mode.
I think so too. I'm just trying to think right now what the argument from some players would be on that, because like what, I have to lift up my skill level or whatever in order to get a better score. Because the one thing that I've been raised on. It's a different kind of skill expression. It's not like rotations and like understanding your characters. It's understanding the enemy. Yeah, I completely understand. But what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to how people are, like the way like I've been raised, is that you're gonna have to figure out, okay, so what's the argument against this? Because to me, this actually sounds really good. I mean, it basically, hey, lift up, the difficulty of this, get a better multiplier, everything else, you're guaranteed pretty much by like, hey, if you fuck up your dodges, you fuck up this, you fuck up that, you got to reset because this, not because of a time clock. That should be more receptive, but
yeah, it shifts the failure state from like a uncompelling failure of just a timer running out to a more compelling failure of you making an actual mistake that costs you the run. In a more like immediate feedback. like I don't like using From Software games when talking about gacha games because obvious reasons. I think obvious because From Software games are not compelled to design their enemies around you spending money or anything. But imagine if Elden Ring had a boss where there was a timer on it. I think that would suck shit because it takes away from like an individual's player of how they express themselves in boss fights in Elden Ring. But that's what gacha games do all the time, is that your expression of your account and your characters is based on DPS. It's not just how you play your characters, it's how you build your characters. And if we, the implementation of an expert mode would also allow players to maybe feel more comfortable with building for comfort. I don't know how much Monster Hunter you play, but there is a phrase. The phrase in Monster Hunter, building for comfort, refers to like equipping gear and equipping weapons that makes it easier for you to be able to work around the boss moves. This includes like putting on some gear that makes it so when you dodge, you travel further distances. When you dodge, your iframes are much longer. When you need to sheath your weapon, it's faster, so you're less vulnerable. When you need to heal, you heal faster or you heal more.
Right.
So, and if especially because if people want to say that ZZZ is a game about skill expression, I think this would be a great position to argue for.
No, I think so too. I think really honestly that is a great way of handling it.
And if they push the game to like normalize the idea of it's okay for there to be content where there isn't flash telegraphs, future bosses will be designed to be more easily readable. Because now they have to design bosses with the removal of telegraphs in mind. Because I think there are some bosses in ZCC where the telegraphs are kind of a cop out. Now, I will admit if they do, I will say there is one downside of removing flash telegraphs aside from like and current enemy readability is when some enemies weave in unblockable attacks. I think Dead End Butcher is a good example of this, the magic casting one, where there are a few moves where there's no telegraph at all for whatever reason, or it's a red telegraph and you don't want to try and parry that. If you try and parry that, it's going to eat the character. If you try to do a parry and you have no assist points left, or if you try to swap to a character during a red flash, it swaps the character, but it doesn't give the iframes to the exiting character. At least if I remember correctly from my more recent playing of the game.
Yeah.
But that's how I would personally fix Deadly Assault. And then you could literally say it's a skill issue. Because they have that option where it leans more on their skill expression, and if they choose not to use it, there is the potential that it kind of creates like a weird culture where it's like, oh, you can't dodge. Your skill's not good enough. Okay, then play the variation of the mode where you have to spend money. I think that it could create a weird culture.
Go play baby mode.
Go play credit card swipe mode.
No, that would have been a great fucking mode to have for me fucking beating my head on 4 days with Hugo.
But I actually think Defiler actually might work without flash telegraphs because of like the audio she uses to anticipate like when she's about to swing her weapon. Like she has some pretty distinct grunts. I won't say all the grunts are distinct, but just distinct enough. And I think it would be cool as well for like some of like the performance points systems, like when you have to parry the swords back at her, you have to like anticipate like the audio cues for when she's gonna throw it at you and time it correctly.
No, I think that actually would work though. I mean, I'm thinking about it right now from the Hugo standpoint because I was beating my head against the wall for 4 days.
Yeah.
And a lot of it, came down to me not doing enough damage within the damn timer. That I'm just like, If that had been the case, I would have gone ahead. I would have sacrificed having flashes, everything else, and I would have gone into it to where no timer. Yeah, I'm guaranteed that I'll be able to go ahead and be able to perform this. It's just in the same case scenario. I'm trying to think like, because honestly, I agree with it. I'm just trying to figure out what the argument would be against it.
The argument against it obviously is that if it actually is this, if it actually is like this this perfect solution and it gets mass adopted, then they're going to try and find another way to get people to spend money.
That's when basically
I don't know.
like
I don't know. I don't
matter.
know. Yeah, I don't know how they would go about doing that. Like maybe the mode will get to a point where it loses its intent because like they do something to it, whether it be more HP or more unfair strategies to make it could create a negative effect where suddenly now you got to start pulling. We're going to start making defense agents with the intent of you playing this mode, but we've also designed some bosses to be unfair to make you pull for defense. That's a possibility, but I don't know if that would I don't know if that would fly, obviously, because at some point, if something is obviously unfair, it will get called out.
Yeah, because like I said,
I think
the game's got to fuck you over some way.
Yeah, I think also why this would be a great addition to ZZZ is I was actually thinking about this maybe like a few weeks ago. I think ZZZ should maybe lean more into being sweaty. Actually, the reason why I think this is because as more and more gacha games and as more and more gacha games or just more and more like anime games for anime live service games come out, it's going to be important that ZZZ does it as much as it can to either diversify itself from competitors or to pull in a specific audience. So if ZZZ has a sweat community, good, okay, lean into it. Really get. If you want to play a sweat gacha, this is the sweat gacha. Not Genshin, not Star Rail, not WUWA. This game. If you're a sweat, come over here. You're our audience now.
I mean, look, Dark Souls has their community of people who just want to play a fucking hard ass game. You don't play Dark Souls to go play it casually. You go play Dark Souls because it's supposed to be the most defining, hardest game that you could ever play. That's why like a lot of people, when Dark Souls first came out, like, have you ever played Dark Souls? Why would I play Dark Souls? Dark Souls is the hardest game you'll ever play. And
Shadow Bolt says not everyone wants that. That's why it's optional. That's why I'm trying to present this as an option. So if people don't feel confident with their DPS output, then they can use this to lean on, and the ratio of like account progression to skill expression could be more in the skill expression route. Now, there obviously could be situations where like trying to balance like which one is the better mode and which one is like a personal preference thing could get out of hand, and one could be more dominant in the other, or one has to be like heavily one playstyle has to be nerfed, whether it's like be vanilla or like this hypothetical expert mode. I am Korean. What character do you like? Ellen Jo.
I'm trying your Ellen Jo right now, actually.
Well, yeah, you can be sweaty. You can be sweaty in every Hoyo game, but why not be the sweatiest? You know, this is just a hypothetical.
No, make the identity like Dark Souls will, like their advertisement is like, this is the hardest game you'll ever play. This is Dark Souls. You make it to where come to a game that has skill expression. Welcome to ZZZ, where we're the game that we want people to actually express themselves. They can a forced advertisement in that regards. Because right now, what ZZZ is trying to do is they're trying to blend. They're trying to do like what fighting games are doing right now. They're trying to blend the casual market with the competitive market. And in a lot of cases, it does not work. Because you're alienating one or the other side.
I preloaded Duet Night Abyss, but I don't know if I'm even gonna launch it. I'm actually considering just uninstalling it, just not bothering.
For what everyone's telling me about Duel Night Abyss, it's not bad, but it's not good. It's just
sounds unremarkable.
Yeah, they still feel like they're playing like more like a pre-alpha or whatever. Like not pre-alpha, but like still a beta test of the game. That's what it feels like to a lot of people, from my understanding. That they took out the gacha mechanics. It's great, you know. It's like so far I'm hearing it's great that they took out the gacha mechanics. But the problem is that when they took out the gacha mechanics, it just feels hollow. I'm not exactly sure what they mean. I said I was gonna give it a shot this weekend. I'm just not hearing great things about it.
I think maybe they're referring to like the reward structure. If I were to guess, it's the reward structure.
Like I was in a call.
That's my guess.
Right, because like I was in a call earlier today, and I was just like asking the question and people stopped playing it. That was the thing. People stopped playing it.
Oh.
Fucking timer.
Oh yeah, there's a timer. Yeah, see, that's not compelling. Like he was almost dead.
Now I just gotta go faster. That's all it's doing.
Or you reset and get better gear.
Or reset, get better gear.
Amazonia.
Pretty much.
Wait, you're just running. Oh yeah, you're running. Lighter's probably never gonna get a buff. You know what I think is? I think Hoyo sees that Lighter doesn't work with Rupture Agents, and they think, good, that's how we're gonna keep him balanced.
I'm actually worried about them doing buffs because they opened up the fucking Pandora's box, and this is gonna be a fucking problem.
You think buffs is a Pandora's box?
Yes. I think Kete hit this topic really well, is because he was concerned, and I thought about this, and I think he's actually got a good point on this, is that what happens if now when people are going to be like, yo, where's my favorite character's buff at?
I think they should move forward regardless of people complaining about that. I think some people are just going to have to just, deal with it.
Like at this point in time, it's more like, hey, like where's the Jane Doe buff? People are gonna want the Jane Doe buff and everything, but all of a sudden, this character that just came out 6 months ago compared to a character that came out a year ago gets a buff because, like, look, I think this all came in from like with Zanbe and everything, Soldier Anbe, to where the situation is that
because she came out so much, she was like a more recent character than a bunch of characters that need help.
Right, and then at the same point in time, she didn't need all the buffs that she actually got. She just needed more of a quality of life change, if anything.
Yeah, didn't she just need like some fundamental issues with her kit that should have honestly have not been there to begin with? Such as like I don't have her, like I don't play her, but that's what was explained to me, that she didn't need the damage buffing, she didn't need all this other stuff, but they just did it, which is great. Don't get me wrong, it's great, but she didn't need all that. It's just more or less the problem that we got here in this regards is that people are going to get upset because, oh, my favorite character didn't get their buff, like this character got. Because when it came to Anbe, I think that the thing is that Anbe was done in particular because they knew that like a lot versus like Elle and Joe, a lot more people were very vocal about Soldier Anbe, so they had to fix it. They felt like they had to fix that issue. So I feel like that was more of like an emergency buff than anything else. Like, hey, we have to fix this. We did the Ellen Joe buff, but we have to fix this one now for Soldier Anbe. I disagree.
You disagree with that?
I think the reason Anbe got the buff is because she's like the only other attacker. She was at the time the only other attacker that would work with Seed and Orpheum Magus. So I think they buffed her. To bulk up the value proposition of Seed and Orpheum Magus. Because despite being in a pretty bad state, she was still the next best option for being used as partners for Seed or Orpheum Magus, because she already wanted to use Trigger, and it already seems like New Era Defense Force just kind of want to like stay in their lane with their own faction when you build teams around them. So it would probably be in their best interest to one, buff Ambi, and then two, start working on a buff for Soldier to make Seed and Orpheum Magus have more pull value. That's my opinion. Because while Jane Doe's not in a good spot, she did get bulked up by Monophysical with Yuzuha and Alice. Bernice, not so much.
Bernice fell off. I'm going to say it.
I'm just trying to think, what could they do to fix Caesar? Like the problem with like fixing Caesar is that they have to address defense at the same time.
I don't have enough gear for this. I guess the Wonder Hunter, I'm not even gonna fucking bother with that. Not when I got 20 seconds left on the clock and he's still got that much health.
I think honestly they should not have came out with like Lucia as like a Rupture support. I think they should have just retooled defense to be the de facto supports for Rupture. Like, if attacks want stunners, anomalies want more anomalies, then ruptures want defense. That's how I would have looked at it, especially because of like the HP consuming mechanic.
Yeah. I still want to see what they're going to do with Rupture because, I mean, support-wise, I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're ever going to do with defensive agents, to be completely honest. Like, defense is just, on paper, it sounded good, but in practice, they have to find something to redo because otherwise there is no fucking like if anything in this game if anything is falling off this game, it is every single defensive agent.
I made this argument in my more recent video talking about Arknight's Enfield, about how because Arknight's Enfield is implementing a dodge and they're also like doing more to flesh out the dodge system compared to what the game was in the technical test. It's opening Pandora's box of having a more dodge-oriented playstyle. So the idea of if Arknight's Enfield was ever to like design tanks, then they're already be lagging behind. Because why have a tank class in a game where you can just dodge? And that was basically the whole discussion of the video, is that if you create a gacha game system where you can dodge, then tanks are effectively worthless. Like Genshin, you can literally just pop an ultimate and just have iframes the entire duration of the ultimate, or you can just dodge. Granted, Genshin's dodge has like some weird timing to it, but that's about it. ZZZ, you can dodge, or you can parry, or you can interrupt the boss with an ultimate. And in Wuthering Waves, you have a very generous dodge in Wuthering Waves. In my opinion, that's why tanks don't work in these games. It's not necessarily because everything's a DPS race, even though that is an issue. It's because you create situations where players don't have to worry about whether or not they're going to take damage, and they can just avoid all the damage. And then that creates a second order of effect where you can't make endgame content around survivability because people will find ways around the survivability with the tools you gave them. So now everything's a DPS check.
Can we talk about another problem that's in this damn game?
Is it the male problem?
Oh, no, hell no. I don't give a problem. Dude, let's be completely honest. You're 100% right when it comes to that. If you want males to fucking succeed, you got to spin on the fucking male banners. If you don't spin on the male banners and you only spin on the female banners, that just tells the fucking developers to fucking sell the fucking females more than the males. That's 100%. There's no arguing that. No,
and if you protest for one reason or another, you either perpetuate the message, or you send another message in that the male enjoyers are a lot harder to bargain with. So we're just going to bargain with the easier to please female enjoyers.
Yeah, but if people actually were to do protests, that would be funny.
No, I gotta be honest. No, I gotta be honest. When I was conceptualizing that video, like the days leading up to it, I gotta be honest. That whole Monoto Kamano section, I wasn't even considering like actually like going in depth. I was honestly just gonna say something along the lines of, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I found the situation just funny. I just liked pointing and laughing at the male enjoyers just suffering. I gotta be honest. My initial intent was just to openly act in glee and Schadenfreude at the people at watching at yet again male enjoyers getting kicked while they're down. I gotta be honest. I can be an unreasonable individual sometimes. I can take pleasure in someone's displeasure. What were you gonna ask?
Well, first thing before that, I'm gonna say Monato was the let me put it this way. Monato's sacrifice of being an S rank into an A rank was absolutely the most necessary, was the most selfless thing ever to happen. We have to thank Monato because he became an A rank agent, so that way people could actually play Rupture, have a Rupture DPS. That didn't want to go ahead and go actually pull for like each one. You have an option. Okay, so his sacrifice.
I would have made Yadari the S rank if I'm being entirely honest. Because the A rank, because if I'm being entirely honest, I think Yadari's playstyle is more simple than Monato's.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Monato for fucking straight up an A rank agent I feel like has more animation, more passion put into him than any of the other A rank agents.
He also has a more unique playstyle, being centered around defensive, opening up with a defensive assist or an actual or a pseudo parry mechanic if you have multiple mindscapes of him, or having interactions with stunned enemies if you have mindscapes. Like Yadari, you just spin and then at some point during the spin you press EX special. And that's about it.
I agree with that one, Gully. Like, they don't make male characters look good like Miyabi or Yishuan. They should have made, like, look, we already have an idea who the next Void Hunter is, and I would be a little upset, but I think the next Void Hunter should have been a male. They should have did, like, male, then the next one next year could have been a female, then all that. Like, they could have rotated it. But the biggest problem I want to talk about is when the hell is ZZZ going to ever go back and do what they did with fucking Cloletta and fucking goddamn Ben? When are we going to have special unique alts?
I think that one was scrapped, if I'm being entirely honest. You know what I think is more important to talk about? We need to just talk about evasive assists and how those are effectively worthless. And in some pieces of content, it is an active hindrance. Like, if you want to use an agent with a evasive assist, you are not going to have a fun time against Defiler or Miasma Priest or even Wandering Hunter, because they want you to parry. I don't know why evasive assist is so bad. Like the only two characters where I would use an evasive assist on is Yuyuan to generate ammo, and then Pulchra to generate because that's one of the ways Pulchra can generate her resource for off-field aftershocks. But Zuyuan can eat through ammo so fast, and because like she's a 2 assist point cost on like heavy attacks, that's you're going to be burning through that way too quickly, and then it's gone. At least Pulchra can sort of sustain herself because she is the stunner. I think evasive assists are problematic. In my opinion. I would love to see if they could actually do something with Coletta Ben. It would be cool if like you deployed Coletta Ben, and if you deployed them together, they become a subclass where their initial archetype changes from like defense to like some form of DPS, hybrid DPS. Don't know how you'd go about doing it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to like team alts and stuff like this, like, I would love to see, like, you know, Rupture agents, different things to where these characters have, like, for example, I'll put it like this, like, you have Monato, you have Lucia or something to where certain team members, and I think this would also help balance in a sense with like something like HP inflation, and maybe even make it to where people might want to pull for characters more, is that if certain characters had the ability to have like team alts in a sense, like 2 characters or 3 characters in particular, that yeah, you use all 3, you use their meters to do one alt, but you see like Lucia go ahead, summon her ethereal monster up, and Monato is the one that's riding it, and it grabs it like, Hulk grabs it like Hulk does Wolverine in Marvel Rivals, and tosses Monato towards the boss or the enemy you're going at, and does double or even like 2.5% more damage with combined alt or something, to where it would be something that would just in general make it to where it would even make the characters feel a little bit more special to have as a team.
I think so. I think I would actually be up for tag team ultimates, but under the condition that they can only ever design it with an A rank and an S rank in mind. Never create tag teams with double S rank, because then that could be one more thing that could get out of control if power creep ever comes back into the conversation. I think if you keep it with exclusively an A rank and an S rank, there has to, at least one of them has to be A rank. Then it keeps itself in check. And also you could make an argument that could then compel people to actually pull for some S ranks if it synergizes with their A rank and props them up.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Don't ever do double S. Don't ever have like tag team with double S, because that could get out of control.
I don't know, I just feel like they need to have something like that was something that was unique and that was never played upon again, and it's still in the game. And it's like, I feel like that should come back, because that was something that was unique to the game itself. Was like when you see Coletta and you see Ben and you see them do their team alt. These are two characters. So like, even if it's like Yuzuha and Monato, they could have something. And it could be a bonus. What if it's a lock? Or what if lock a bonus behind M6 A rank?
I don't think that matters, because most people are going to have M6 A ranks anyway. At least, at the very least, for the ones that they're actually going to use. I think that's negligible in the conversation.
I would agree with that, and I would disagree with that too, because there are some people I know that is still pulling on the banner that it's got more copies of Lucia than they have Monato.
I pulled on a banner in Genshin Impact for like a dark skinned character by the name of Candace, and I got the 5-star before I got the 5-star character before I got the 4-star character.
I'm still gonna laugh at Ashley on that one. Ashley, one person in my chat she got so upset in this sense because all she wanted was Monato. She didn't give a fuck about Lucia. She has 4 copies of Lucia and like an M3 Monato.
I was pulling for W engine copies to get 1 copy of Monato's W engine. Like, I think on week 2 of the patch, I got like 4 or 5 Piper engines and 2 or 3 characters before I eventually got like 1 Monato engine, like halfway in. And I don't own Lucia, so if I had accidentally pulled Lucia's engine, I was like, shit. All right, well, I guess I gotta get Lucia. The plan right now is either Jafufu or just wait for dial-in. I'm still debating if I actually want to build and play Rupture characters, or if I just want to just double down on Anomaly and Attack and just brute force any Rupture content. I guess Wandering Hunter will be a good opportunity to see how well that'll do. But I'm still running on that mindset that the intent with Wandering Hunter is just a lot of unrelenting attacks. So my Ellen's probably off the table. I could probably use Evelyn, since Evelyn isn't backloaded damage. Evelyn is just a gradual accumulation of her stacks, and then you just pop a pseudo chain attack. So I could probably get by with Evelyn, or I could try to brute force with Ellen Jo. We'll see.
I think Ellen Jo will be fine against it. Like, I just played against.
It's gonna be annoying. It's gonna be annoying. It's gonna be annoying as shit, though.
It is. It's gonna be annoying, but like it depends on the type of player you are. I'm a person who likes aggressive bosses, to be completely honest. I'm the one that wants a boss to keep coming at me. I think that there should be more of a staggering window to where if you parry a boss like Ellen Jo with her buff and everything, when you open the scissors and everything, you do the dodge and everything, that you could parry through things, that should actually maybe cause like a little bit of a stagger window, so that way you get off at least a combo. or something.
Yeah, because Ellen's combo is pretty long, and when you do now with the Ellen, I like the Ellen buff, but because like I'm trying to do like the back end of her combo for like the most of the damage. If I do a dodge or like I do a scissor parry, then it goes into like that weird like sharking spin move, which I really like, but I feel like it's a slightly longer combo to get to the end of. That kind of puts me in like some sometimes weird positions. I gotta be honest, like for a little while now, I've been contemplating if I want to pull like M6 Ellen on when a rerun comes around, because at the very end, M6 Ellen, what she gets is anytime she does like a dodge counter or a parry, or she gets quick charge, which she gets a stack of quick charge when she like flings her horizontal like ice field forward. That's another way to get quick charge.
I mean,
for every quick charge she has, she gets like 20%. When she has like one charge, she gets 20% pen ratio, and then when she accumulates 3. It increases the damage of like her charge scissor cut move by 250%. So I was thinking, if I get that, then that could help supplement my damage when I can't get to my backloaded combo. And there's just so many ways she can gain quick charge now that it would definitely help with my damage with back end damage issues. But we're also talking about an M6 here, so I'm
Let me put it this way. Vertical investment, if you go for an M6, you should never have no problems with an M6 Evelyn Joe ever.
I was actually writing the script. Starting the idea of a script this morning before I started my shift today, and and the title of the video is going to be called "Horizontal versus Vertical Investment. The grass is always greener." Because I've been thinking about it for a while. Don't you notice that there are like very specific content creators where one creator will say you need to horizontally invest, and then there's another creator that says you need to vertically invest. And I was thinking, what if I made a video that interrogates like both of them at the same time and explores the idea that no matter what you do, you will never be able to perfectly plan ahead for any situation, and it is only a matter of time. Especially because there will always be individuals who will make personal mistakes that stray away from what they thought would be the perfect route for vertical. I think a great example of this is in Honkai Star Rail. There was a character that came out that was supposed to be, so there's a character by the name of Acheron in version 2.1 of Honkai Star Rail that blew the meta like insanely like out of the water, and like most people say is how most of the power creep started was with Acheron. In version, I want to say 2.4 or 2.5, there was a character that came out by the name of a character by the name of Jiaoqi. Now, a lot of people didn't pull Jiaoqi for one reason or another. He was kind of like in a tough spot. He was a dude. He was seen as like not really all that powerful, and also there were a lot of very good characters that came. There was good characters that come before and after him, but Jiaoqi was incredibly essential to like increasing the DPS of Acheron and making her even stronger. So there will always be situations where people make personal decisions that go against the idea of the vertical or the horizontal investment they're going for, either intentionally or unintentionally. So that was the idea of the video, is that I think people making arguments to others about, oh, you didn't vertically invest, or oh, you didn't horizontally invest. I want to make an argument that there is a futility to it, and you just shouldn't be worrying about that at all, because we will all eventually be put in a situation, if we don't spend money, where we will be screwed over one way or another, and we can't prepare for everything. So we should just be taking things how it is, one step at a time, and not get too swept up in it. That's the idea of the video.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm just the type of person that, like, look, it depends on who you are, it depends on what you like, it depends on your account. And, you know, people are worried about, like, well, some random, like it just said right there in the chat, like some random 4.0 or 5.0 character will outdo my Ellen, your Ellen Joe, she's M6 or whatever. Yeah, that's a, you run that.
E2 Acheron is dead. Yep, that's and hey, you vertically invested into an E2 Acheron with a Jiaoqi, and now she's dead. So much for your vertical investment. Go horizontally invest now. and then some. So you either vertically invest, and then you get contents that your vertically invested character doesn't work in at all, or you horizontally invest, but because you're a jack of all trades, master of none, that's exactly what's going to happen. You're not going to be able to master anything at some point.
I just find out like, okay, it depends on what type of person you are. It depends on what type of player you are, and at the same point in time, it depends on the type of character too, whether or not, because you're running a risk. You're running a gamble. Like if I go ahead and I pull for, a character right now, M6, a character that isn't going to last me for the next 5 years. Is it going to last me for the end of the game to end of service? You run that risk. But I'll just say it like this, is that Yi Zhuan, I got Yi Zhuan, I got her to an M2, and I was perfectly happy with it. I wasn't going to go up any higher than that. Then I had my friend Valk, who came in, who saw that, because originally this was his account that he gave to me, because he doesn't play ZZ no more. He's like, it's an anniversary character. And in all these gacha games, anniversary characters are the strongest fucking characters. So, motherfucker decided to go ahead and fucking drop $800 into the fucking game right then and there and M6 it. Didn't care. We're M6ing it by the end of the night. What ended up happening is that, I'm not going to lie, Yi Zhuan has no issues with any of the content. She's not as fun to play anymore. For someone like myself, the struggling is not there. So what I use her for is basically just to go grind discs. She just kills things in 2 seconds. She's my disc grinder. That's it. Granted, I have M6 Evelyn, but I was playing Evelyn as a summon 0, summon 1, summon 2, summon 3, and I said, fuck it, I'm going to summon 6 Evelyn. Now, grant you, I will say that even at a summon 6, Evelyn, she hasn't fallen off or anything. I just don't have a good build right now on her, really. But in general,
I'm using a pretty shit disc 5 on my Evelyn.
I'm just gonna say that, like, overall, like, she's still performing really well. Don't get me wrong, she's still performing really well, but she's not as good as an M6 as Yi Zhuan. Like, Yi Zhuan, I could go into Deadly Assault with a Yi Zhuan against my Aspa Priest, Defiler, and not Butcher though, but with like the Miasma bosses. And I've done this to where one character fight, that's it. Just Yi Zhuan against them, and she comes out with 20k.
I mean, we're at this point, we're just making an argument between the 5% and the 1%, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can't do that with Evelyn. Because Evelyn requires her chain attacks and everything, but still, like...
Yeah, she has setup.
She needs to set up. But like Yi Zhuan, I don't have to worry about none of that shit. I can just go in there with Yi Zhuan and still clear out 20k or close to 20k with her by herself, and it's just perfectly fine. I think that, like I said, like, it depends on your account. It depends on what you are. Like, if you're an avid lover for something like Ellen Joe, right? And you got her, like, let's say right now at an M2 or an M3 right now, that the next couple of mindscapes that you put onto her, if you go ahead, you just straight up, next time her rerun comes in, you decide to go, instead of M6 in here, you go to M4 with her. You go to M4, M5, and you stop right there. You will still see a performance hike on the character that is still going to be much better than what you saw before. And vertical investment can work. But I think that in some cases that it depends on what the content of the game is posing. It depends on your play style. It depends in general of how you feel, because maybe even vertical investment is not a good option on some of these characters.
Yeah, vertical investment is... I don't like looking at Parade 1 at all, but sometimes it helps to like have some opinion I could base it off of. I could go look at like a video of somebody doing it at a demonstration, but I don't know like the very specifics. So I've been like looking occasionally at like their damage calculation section.
Like, I'll put it like this:
extra mindscapes, and it doesn't seem like a substantial increase. And I can understand why it's not a substantial increase, just like looking at the numbers and just kind of conceptualizing in my head why this wouldn't be substantial for someone like Ellen.
let me make it like this too, okay? So Miyabi, we all know right now Miyabi's getting checked right now, right? Like, we all know she's getting nerfed because of the content. Defiler, Miasma Priest, basically every Miasma boss.
I saw in my comment section that someone was mentioning that they have another ice resistant boss on the way in like later versions based on leaks.
Yeah. So Miyabi is getting pretty much, manhandled right here, okay? She's getting manhandled. But the thing about it is that I got a friend of mine who has an M6 Miyabi and her engines are 5. And he is like straight up telling me every other fucking day that these bosses are not a problem for him. Like, he's beating Defiler, he's killing the Defiler, he is killing the Miasma Priest with an M6 R5 Miyabi, and he is laughing his butt off that everybody's saying that Miyabi's falling off, and I'm like, dude, that's because you got a maxed out Miyabi. He's like, I don't care.
I do think there is a problem of relatability with a lot of like the CCs, like whether you're saying it's not an issue or it is an issue. Like I hear OK Muzzy talk about like HP inflation and like bad buffs, and he's talking about like going from 50k to 40k in Deadly Assault. Like, that's I don't relate to that. I don't relate to that at all. I'm just busy trying to get like 20 to 24k over here.
Yeah. Like, the way I'm going to put it is that there is going to be always this is again like what me and Argo has these gotcha conversations about. And like me and Argo was having this conversation is that all these different experiences are going to be more and more subjective. Like, Muzzy is not a whale. Okay? OK Muzzy is not a whale. OK Muzzy, if anything's a light spender and does a lot of different things and does more of the theory crafting and everything. But this is a person that has more of a knowledge. This person has more of I wouldn't say of a skill check. I know his skills is a lot better than probably some other people out there and everything else. But this is a person that knows the calculations and knows what he should be doing. He knows his rotations a little bit better and everything than probably the standard, casual player. His experience, like you just said, from going down from 50 to like 60k to 40k in a Deadly Assault run is not the same as someone going from 20k to 14k. And them not achieving just getting 20k. It's not the same type of experience. And even I'm going to say, like, even for my account, like for what I play and everything, I have a different experience. I have a different value on this account than what some people have. That's why, like, new players in general, I'm saying, like, this is where my argument is that what ZZZ is trying to do, and it did it too. And I'm going to honestly say it like this. ZZZ's development team did this too late. And that is where I think the majority of the problem is going to come into. ZZZ is trying right now to very much casualize the experience in some degree while trying to keep that challenge for the older class. This is something they should have done. They should have looked into a lot harder and tried to do this a lot sooner. And then waiting until 2.0 to do this. Because you're alienating a good bit of your current fan base, because all the new players I know of that has started since 2.0, they don't have, like I said before, they don't have the Ellen Joes, they don't have the Sambys, they don't have the Hugos, they don't have, Miyabis. These are people who are basically right now are forced to play Rupture and the attack agents, like Seed and Orphe. And relatively speaking, they're not having an issue. They're having fun. They're perfectly fine. They're not pull. Some of them are pulling on rerun banners, but majority of them aren't. They're pulling just for the new characters. And future-wise, their accounts are succeeding a lot better versus that someone who's been holding on to some of the older characters because they really love those older characters, and those people who really love Miyabi that still have a Sub-Zero Miyabi with an R1 weapon, they're not wanting to, first and foremost, because they don't like the new characters, let's just say, they don't like Rupture, they don't want to change that, and it's kind of hurting them. So they're feeling a whole different experience.
Do you think there's a possibility that the reason why Defiler and Miasma Fiend's miasma phases are designed in that way? Do you think it's possible that they designed it that way to lean on the spectacle of a fight rather than trying to dumb it down?
Yes. Yes.
But from your perspective, you would argue that it's more accessibility rather than spectacle? Because I would argue it's more spectacle than accessibility.
It's a mixture of both. It's more cinematic flair, and it is to engage. It's to make it easier for the new player to engage with.
I definitely think it's a two birds, one stone. It's just one supplements the other, but then we can make an argument of which one came first.
Yeah, we can argue which one. I mean, the thing is that, like I said, I've seen it more often than, like I said, with Pompeii, with even marionettes, with some of the bosses of the past, not just Bringer, that just people were having issues with performance points. That even for people who weren't clearing 20k, the buff and everything else they had attached, that they're like, damn, if I just would have did more defensive assist or whatever, defensive crap here with Pompeii, I would have gotten to 20k because you can see that I'm 2k away from, I'm only got 2k of performance points and I can get 3 more, and that would have put me over 20k. Like their argument was always like that. And then I feel like the devs really took notice of this because these new bosses, it's more of the spectacle of the fight. It's more of the cinematic styling of what they're trying to push with the fight, but it makes it so much more. You don't have to focus on performing.
I think part of the reason why Pompeii was so poorly received, aside from like what I said earlier about the aforementioned like breaking a flow state when you have to get those performance points on a parry, even if it's like not ideal to do so during your current like combos or anything. I think also another reason why Pompeii having parries as like his requirement was bad was because Pompeii, pretty much every single one of his hits are considered a heavy hit, so that costs 2 assist points to do. Most people aren't running most people are not running defense agents or Sokaku, so they don't have a character who they can funnel their defensive assists into for one cost parries all the time.
Right. And
I think that was because every time, like in the past, like my personal experience, aside from like missing out on combos because I had to parry, I would also just run out of assist points like almost immediately, and Popeye's like just barely on the cusp of a stun, but he's still letting off attacks that I could parry if I had any assist points.
Out of curiosity, I wonder how much do you think the current game state is due to pivot away from the smaller scope they launched with the removal of TV mode?
I already made a video about this a while ago. How Zero TVs created like 45 black screens when version 2 came out. I made the argument that for the longest time that I never hated the TV mode or I never liked it, but I understood why it existed because ZZZ as a game was on a much smaller scale. So the idea behind the mode was the way that Atlas designed Persona 3. Persona 3, like, it's a procedurally generated turn-based dungeon crawling JRPG. The whole point of the calendar system in Persona 3 was so that they could stretch content out and make the game feel full of content, even though it wasn't really. It was just a handful of activities that were segmented away from each other by the passage of time through the calendar system. That was how I felt. And if you've played like Fire Emblem Three Houses on Nintendo Switch, that's also like how I felt from that. And they did a great job of like replicating that there. That's how I felt with the TV mode. They were trying to create like a very resource efficient system for the game to then build off of and then revolve around. And I thought, within like the context of the DCC world, I thought it was very compelling. This abstractification of like the game world through old CTVs that your characters would then interact and engage with people with. And any scenes that they needed to like animate, they could do it in an abstract by like using these TVs. Immediately when the TV mode was like pretty much done and gone, and we got like Soldier Zero Ambi's story, and during the story she needs to go into like a ventilation shaft in a facility to then like try and rescue Soldier 11, who was kidnapped by like one of her old mates in the Silver Squad. It just plays a black screen. If the TV mode still existed, in my opinion, what would have happened is that you would move the Soldier Zero Ambi tile through like an abstract representation of a ventilation shaft on the TV screen to get in position. So I thought it was very interesting and a very thematic way to like tell a story in an abstract. But when the TV mode is gone, I said this in the video, is now they got to find something to fill it in, because all they're doing right now is they're just coming out with content update after content update, where they don't have that resource efficient system in place anymore. So, Hoyoverse did not give them additional resources to make more storyboards, to make more animated scenes. So we're getting black screen after black screen after black screen. And then this culminated in version 2 when we had so many black screens, because they've been mostly spending all their time and resources developing some garbage ass open world mode that is an afterthought and just a waste of time for everyone. That's my opinion.
I agree with it. But I think like I want to go back to this conversation though with the DA and with the bosses and everything. And
do you have a favorite DA boss? I think my favorite is Typhoon Destroyer.
My favorite DA boss, to be completely honest, and everyone's gonna be like, "What?" It's Pompeii.
Which Pompeii, regular or Notorious? I realize that they're not that much different, but I think Notorious Pompeii has a bit more like counterattack playstyle and is a bit more aggressive.
I'm gonna say Notorious.
I'd say I like either Typhoon Destroyer because it's like hyper aggressive, and then you have that moment where you have to prepare for the parries, or Unknown Corruption Complex, because I think it's just fun to break its legs. It's just some gratification. There is some targeting issues, but otherwise, yeah, I'd say that's entertaining.
I think Pompeii. I really like Pompeii. I don't know why. It's just Pompeii, the music, everything else that came with that boss fight when I first fought that boss and everything else. It's just badass motherfucker. And yeah, the fight does kind of like you would say, it does kind of push you off guard and everything. It kind of gets rid of the rhythm for a minute. But in general, I've always liked that fight.
Also, I also like Miasmic Fiend. Specifically, the reason why I like Miasmic Fiend is that she frequently uses like some like very uniquely timed 2-hit combos. And if you're someone who uses a lot of Yanagi, like I did around that time, those 2-hit combos sync up perfectly with one dodge counter, and then you immediately segue with a stance change, which has parry properties. So it felt awesome to do as like someone who used a lot of Yanagi.
Out of all the new bosses, there are miasma bosses right now, and not talking about the hunter yet, because I want to see how it plays in DA first. But I have to go with miasma priest.
I'll go with Fiend. I'm going with Fiend personally for the miasma bosses.
I just like the parrying segment, like the entire segment where you got to parry all the hits.
But I actually I started like a better understanding Miasma Priest recently, and there's also like there's some smaller like miniature multi-hit parry phases as well, where like you got to parry twice or you got to parry 3 times. And I think why Miasma Priest works better Leaving out Defiler for a second. Well, I guess Defiler can be in this as well. The reason why Miasma Priest and Defiler work as like parry heavy bosses is that they give you infinite assist points during those moments of parrying.
Yep.
But you're not but that's not like the focus of the fight. Defiler, I think like there's like a buff tied to like doing parries a lot. But for like someone like Pompey, where you're supposed to be parrying to get your points, but the fact that it's like 2 costs like every swing is counterintuitive.
Like I said,
or counterproductive.
Miasma Priest to me, I like the parrying in the game. I really do like the parrying, and when you get that rhythm and you get that synchronization, it just feels really good. Defiler also feels good in that regards. It's just that, like, I prefer Miasma Priest. I don't know. I just like it when he does that swing. Like after you do that full chain, he goes back and he disappears. He comes at you from one angle, boom. She comes at you from the other angle, boom, and then he comes back. It's a cinematic moment, which is you're still performing in it, and it's still great. Like this is a thing that like the first phase of Defiler, you're still performing when she's throwing the 2 swords at you. Great. With the tsunami, it's great. The last one, not so great. 7 seconds to go ahead and parry fucking 4 shield guys. It doesn't feel good.
It's not difficult. It's not difficult at all. I don't know why they design. I have no idea why they designed that. It doesn't even look good to do. Like she spawns like 4 shields, you parry. The camera moves, you parry another 4.
And here's the thing. That boss, you cannot break that boss. You cannot fuck that boss's rhythm up. Because it will fuck your score up.
You know what they should have done? You know what they should have done for like that third phase? They should have done something similar to the Miasmic Jester, where it goes up in the air, it throws 4 daggers. One of them you parry, but you don't know which one until you see the yellow flash. So you have to anticipate it, but you can't screw up. That's what they should have. That should have been in a similar vein.
Honestly, I feel like the Jester should have been a DA boss.
I think the Jester needs to be fleshed out a little bit more if they want to be a DA boss.
I think
he's got a pretty simple moveset.
I know he should have been fleshed out a little bit more, but I feel like that would have been a great DA boss for multiple reasons.
By the way, when we like take a step back from everything, I find it so I honestly find it so bizarre that we've gotten to a point now where Deadly Assault is the one we're talking about when we're talking about like HP inflation and power creep stuff like that. The mode with objectively like a third of the polychrome when compared to Shiyu defense and
got balanced,
like less conditions to get all the polychrome is now the one that everyone has their eyes on, and Shiyu defense is just kind of doing its thing. It's not the focus anymore.
We had this conversation in the Discord like the last couple of times, every time Shiyu defense, and everybody's so happy with Shiyu defense because Shiyu defense has been actually balanced in everybody's minds. It's like it's not too hard, it's not too easy. It feels like it's at the correct balancing, and it's not a problem like it was before. Maybe later down the road it was going to get back to being a problem, but it just feels like the buffs have been good for it. The bosses that has been used for it is great. Like even Jester's a great boss for it. It didn't fuck anything up. It is absolutely like no one's talking about it that much because it's just been absolutely an enjoyment. But
I do have one complaint with. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, the only thing I was going to say is that with Shiyu defense used to be the one that like everybody regarded as the hardest of the content because the timer was more pertinent in that one and you weren't getting your damage and everything off like the miasma shield mechanics and everything else that was going on with it beforehand. But since I don't know what, for the last couple of patches or whatever, the last couple of resets, it's been perfectly fine.
You know, I haven't really noticed anything from it. I the one issue I have with Shiyu defense, honestly, is just the enemies that they rotate out. I'm sick and tired of fighting the doppelganger versions of the the Vanguards. Is that their name?
Yeah.
That Pokra Moore and then that
Yeah.
big monkey guy. I'm so tired of fighting them. They're like so boring.
Well, nobody wants to fight miasma doppelganger Jane Doe.
I never said my doppelganger miasma Jane Doe.
I know. That's why they're putting those in there instead.
We have plenty.
Hugo was so boring.
Yeah, Hugo's not really all that compelling.
Like I am so sorry.
He just stops your damage with parries.
It's not even that. Like I was expecting when they did the miasma doppelganger like Hugo for in Shiyu defense, that I was expecting like maybe more of an aggressive, more of like I gotta watch this, and he still just sits there and freezes time, and it's like, okay, I know exactly when to do the parry. There's nothing changed from this fight. There's
no flinching or anything.
There's no flinch. There's no nothing. It is the same fight.
There's no variation of like the timing.
Right. There's nothing that makes it unique. Like
it's like red light, green light, the boss.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly it. It's red light, green light, the boss. You got it. Isolde is a fun fight. Yes, Isolde's a fun fight.
I haven't had a chance. Was Monado hasn't been in the rotation yet, right? I feel like I haven't really had the chance to really sink my teeth into fighting Doppelganger Monado.
No, he hasn't been in the rotation yet. You just got to go. The only way you see him right now is in the thing to go get the materials.
When I was playing Threshold Simulation on launch day of the patch, I remarked how it was actually fun that one of like the smaller levels you had to do, they put like two elite mobs in the room that you had to fight. One of them was like the red coated punchy fist boy, and the other one is like the Hollow Raider that shocks himself with like the big cinder block weapon. I find it very annoying in these gacha games where when they just stick you in a room with just one elite mob. Like I could fight two of these. I could fight one of these and maybe a handful of like maybe frequently respawning mobs. Yeah. They should do that for Shiyu. Like make it a modifier or something where enemy reinforcements will constantly spawn in, but your main goal is to kill the boss.
Yeah. They could do something like that. I mean, some people probably get annoyed with it, to be completely honest, but I would love it. I think, like, look, at the end of the day, I can sit here and I can say, like, they could change this, they could change that. Where's ZZZ's at right now? Okay? And I'm going to disagree with a lot of different CCs on this. I don't think we're at the tipping point right now that is going to determine whether this game is going to be good or bad. I don't even think
version 3. I think version 3 is the deciding factor.
I think so. I don't think we have enough. Let me put it this way. I don't think we have enough content. I don't think we have enough bosses. I don't think we have enough going on right now that we're even close to the tipping point. That I think that right now where ZZZ's at is in a good state. Like even Weathered Waves, I don't even think Weathered Waves is in the state right now to actually determine its true future. That you have to wait it out a little bit longer in that regards. I think maybe by Weathered Waves by 4.0 we can see where it's going to be going at.
I want to respond to Gully God for a second. About how like they're throwing miasma and everything. I think what you need to do is you need to shift your perspective from miasma instead of being this like unique mechanic that they're throwing on everything. Change your perspective on miasma into basically this mechanic to signal to you that the boss is about to do something, and you can't just stun lock them or prevent them from doing it. They're going to do it, and you need to respect the move. It's not a great way of getting players to actually like experience or handle a boss's mechanic, but it's the one they decided to do.
Yeah,
it's the one they decided to do.
You do realize that honestly that miasma shield is actually a DPS game. It's not a loss.
I've heard that before.
Because Muzzy's actually the one that found this out, and I've actually tested this, and
Let me put it this way. That miasma shield helps out a lot of the old 1.0 characters. Believe it or not. It don't seem like it, but it does. Without that 15% or 25%, depending on what mode you're playing and everything else, the purifying damage, not having the miasma shield against the HP inflated bosses as they are, your characters actually do crap damage.
I'd actually argue that that a full recharge of your energy is just as important, if not more, than the flat damage.
That also helps out quite a bit as well. But it's like Muzzy had played it and was playing against Miasma Jane Doe, and straight up figured a way by accident on how to stop it from doing one of the miasma shields. Okay, so now we don't have miasma shield. We could just do direct damage to it. Not having back the energy cost by not having the shield there and just doing damage. By the time he got to the shield, he was not going to be able to clear it. When he got to the part where he was supposed to do its second shield, he was not going to have enough time to clear it. Going back through it, doing the same thing, and making sure the shield was there and going through it, he did more damage with his Nekomata team that he was able to clear it with over 2 minutes left on the clock. That it does. It might suck in a sense, like, okay, all we're seeing is miasma, bosses. All we're seeing is miasma bosses. Okay, I just look at it as just another gimmick. I wish they would involve it a little bit more than just being an armor, basically another shield armor on top of the damn the stun bar meter. But I'm not gonna. I'm gonna say it like this: it is what it is. It's better than nothing. Like I gotta give the argument that okay. You know about Seed, Orphe, the whole entire Oval Squad, and how people don't like it. It was the lowest spending on it. It was an archetype that, like, we could agree on this. We could completely agree that why would I spend for this when the archetype is kind of shitty.
I'd argue it's because attack was in low demand, and also because I just don't think the character designs and personalities hit off with the CN community.
Yeah.
It's true, right, that Sons of Caldeon was not well received in CN communities?
I'm not sure. I wasn't. I would have to go do research on that one. I'm not too sure. Well, in that case, regards, right? You have that. You have also the Defiler, to which is a 50-50, in my personal opinion. That if I talk to someone completely random, it's a 50-50 whether they like the boss or they hate the boss. There is no. I don't see that there is a ultimate, everybody likes it or everybody dislikes it. It is a 50-50. The thing is that what the ZZZ devs done with Miasma Shield, what they're doing with the Defiler, even with them doing with the Oval Squad scenario and everything else, is exactly what players want. It's just that it's just that the presentation behind it is kind of shitty, I guess. It's because the developers are trying some new shit. They're trying to do new things. And how many times do you hear, especially I've heard this in the Gacha community, when are these devs are always playing safe, they're always doing the same thing over and over and over again, that there is nothing that is different. And I feel like the Defiler is going to be the biggest boss in this game that was poorly received by probably the majority, but was something that was completely different in the way it's handled. I think Miasma Fiend was a good starting point towards it, but still, you're able to play it. You only had one invulnerability section, basically, in that entire fight, which was the Miasma pool until she does her thing, and then you can beat the crap out of her all you want. Defiler, you don't have that option. Defiler is something that's different. They took a risk with it. With Oval Squad, I feel like they took a risk with it to try to do dual attack teams. And I feel like this is exactly what people have been asking gotcha games or like in general to be doing, to take a risk. It's just that these risks aren't being perceived well, because I don't think the ZZ devs know exactly what exactly their audience really, really wants when it comes to taking a risk.
Okay. I'm gonna need to wrap this up if I want to get like even some decent sleep tonight.
Same.
So I'm gonna have to call it here.
Same. I didn't realize the time till now.
All right. Well, it's my last shift before my days off, so I'll be able to really get it sink deep into like either conversations or video making or just doing whatever I please for the next 2 days. So yeah, I got to get this next shift over with.
No, not a problem. We can talk more.
Oh yeah. All right. You have a nice night.
You too, sir. All right. Bye bye. Let's let Arikata go to sleep. I'm about to go to sleep myself here in a minute, but like I'm saying here is that to you guys in the chat now, though, is that I do feel like the ZZ devs, by what they're trying to do, taking TV mode out, they have been taking risks. It's just that the perceiving of what they're doing is just to the mass majority is wrong, and it's not everything's going to be a hit. Not everything's going to be a hit. There's going to be misses. Defiler, again, I feel like was one of the things to where it was more of a cinematic experience. It was more of, like we're discussing and everything. And that boss fight in its entirety was a risk. The way some of the characters that's coming out is a risk. Some of the content here and it's exactly what people have been asking for, and it's the same thing you could even apply to. I think Vez, you could tell me if I'm right or wrong about this shit with HSR, but I even think that HSR is taking some risks. That they're changing up some of the things. Genshin is taking some risks, and people are complaining about them taking these risks. But yet, these are the same people that the last couple of months, especially with these gacha games, has been complaining that they're doing the same thing every single patch, and we're tired of it. Like, sometimes I feel like players don't know exactly what they want. They're just like, I don't want this. But they don't know exactly how to describe what they want. That's kind of where I feel. Dude, I'm going to be honest. Let me go to look, anyone here who doesn't like leaks or whatever, I'm sorry. This is your moment to get out my chat. All right? This is your moment to get out the stream. Or pause the stream or whatever. Because I'm going to be leaving here at this point in time. But let me go to the leak section on this real quick. I don't know how to pronounce the name. Shesha, whatever. Is this the video? No, this is not the video. Is this it? Like, okay, yeah, this is sort of it. Okay, grant you, she's going to group the enemies up, which is really fucking cool. Okay, so crowd control, we got this. This is fucking beautiful as fuck. But I don't know if it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just stupid. But when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at Chang Li. Like the slashes like this in the air, and then the floatiness. The floatiness of the attack. Like in regards, it just seems like some of the attacks, while they're doing something completely different,
it just feels like, oh, that kind of looks like Chang Li's attack. Like it just feels like sometimes the characters in Weather and Waves recently feeling more and more just like better versions of the older characters. I forgot who said it. There was someone who was talking about Galbraina, that they love Galbraina, but all Galbraina is to them is just a better Carlotta. Like, it feels like a better Carlotta. They didn't describe the character as its own unique thing or anything like Dante. They just said it plays like Carlotta, but better. And it's kind of like, eh. Although I will say bullying is actually probably, like, I probably actually going to come back for WUWA for 2.0. I mean 2.0 for 2.8. Not for her, but for fucking bullying. Yo, that fucking alt is fucking beautiful. That fucking, like, she fucking takes a coin, fucking electrocutes it, boom. I don't know if... but that is not the reason why. Like, this 4-star character absolutely looks like she is so fucking much better. Like, she looks like she's a 5-star character. I like the fact that she electrocutes herself. I want to find a video of her electrocute herself. Why is it so much of the other fuck? I want the electrocute one. I think this is it. Like, this is a 4-star character, and I feel like it's a 5-star. Like, I'm more interested, like, this is like the Lumi situation. I'm more interested in this character. Right there. I think that's cute as fuck, and I fucking love that. You can always Discord him that. Like I said, ultimately, like, this is the only reason why I think I could come back. I'm just gonna pull for her. Like, I just want bowling. I don't care about any other character right now. I wasn't caring about her originally, but then after I saw this, it's just like, yeah, Weather Waves got me for a 4-star. Isn't that sad? Isn't it fucking sad that, like, I'm more excited about a fucking 4-star? Than I am for a fucking 5-star character? I don't think she's boring. I think she's fucking cool. I think she's fucking highly animated. I think she looks fucking fabulous. And I'm just...
Like, I see the 5-star characters, I'm not fucking interested, but I see a 4-star character like this, and I'm just like,
给你滋滋情。
I don't know. She got me. Says Fox the Monotone simp. Ay. Oh man. No, I do need to go get some sleep. So I'm gonna let you guys go. Y'all have a good night. And we'll be back tomorrow. I do need at least get 2 or 3 hours of sleep. Because I got work at 7. In fact, I don't think tomorrow is gonna be a fucking horrible day. Thursday is gonna be a horrible fucking day. But tomorrow, I don't think it's gonna be a bad day. So, you guys have a good one. And